This is a Southern Sin. Breaking news special. Be sure to like and subscribe now.
This week, we're hosting a free trading and investing workshop right here in Atlanta. Inside this
victim representative that I have. I mean, officially, the mother is not here. We don't know where she's at, so he's the only victim representative that we have under the victim's Bill of Rights. He is entitled to be in the courtroom for the full duration of the trial. And I'm sorry, I just realized that screen that my computer was broadcasting up there. I turned it up. He has a right to be in the courtroom. I will tell the court that I expect him to be. He will be one of the earliest witnesses. I mean, he's in the present order as I have them listed, assuming that everybody is here, and I go in the order that I want to go. He will be either the fourth or fifth witness today, and then of course after he testifies, then I think there's no question that he could be in the courtroom. But I think he has a right to be in the courtroom even before he testifies under the victim's Bill of Rights. And so I wanted to address that with the court. And he's not in here right now because we're going to find out if the court was going to permit that before we told him that he could come in. So that's one matter they want to address.
All right. Mr. Gamble, what's your position in that regard?
Yeah, we object on a couple of grounds. First of all, he is a material witness, and much of what he has to say is going to be critical to this case. And for him to sit and observe and be able to fashion his testimony according to other people's testimony would be inappropriate. But more importantly, he must first have legal standing to make that claim. He is not the legal father of this minor child. He has never legitimated the child. He was not on the birth certificate of the child. In fact, the birth certificate named a different father. When the child was born, the woman who's the baby mama of this child was married to someone else. By law, the child is actually the child of that man who the woman was married to. At no time has he ever taken any legal action to be proven to be the legal father. Now, we're not arguing in court and don't plan on arguing that he's not potentially or probably the biological father, but he is not recognized under Georgia law as a legal kinship to this child. And if he's going to go on the Victims' Rights Act, where a father or a mother or a kin person has the right to be present during the entire trial, he's legally not that. He doesn't have
Do
the
you
right.
agree that the legal father of a child would have the right for if the child is the deceased alleged victim to be in the courtroom?
I would still object, Your Honor, in this circumstance, given that he's a material witness.
Well,
It's very
I guess what
important.
I'm asking is, does the statute address that?
I don't know, Your Honor. I did not know that was being brought up, so I have not looked at it.
Mr.
But I
Lamb,
can't-
does the statute address that?
It does, Your Honor, and I frankly should have had that statute pulled up, but I will, I can pull it up in just a moment.
Does it say the
Yes, sir.
legal
It
father?
says has a
All
right.
right, so what about the issue that you have here where there was never a legitimation
Well,
action alleged
I mean-
according to the defendant?
You know, now the statute certainly does not address that, you know, where there's where there may be some issue of, you know, some allegation that he's not the father of the child. But in all ways, I mean, he's had since the child was about 3 months old, he's had full custody of the child. The mother left. She was going to Mexico, and he didn't want her to take the child out of the country. She asked him, you know, if he had a problem with her taking the child out of the country, and he said, well, why don't you let him stay with me? And she said, okay. So he went and picked her up, and then basically she never.
I just want to follow whatever the rule is, okay? If I guess what you're saying is there'll be testimony that
Yes,
he has assumed the role of the father, that he is likely the biological father, but he's not the legal father. So I just want to know what the
there's
victims.
not a, you know, judge. I mean,
Can I get the statute? What is the statute?
yes, sir.
Can you pass that up to me?
It's not. But he's going to get. The 1779 is the specific provision.
That's what I'm reading. Let me
Okay.
read it and
Yes,
then we'll
sir.
go back over it. Family of the victim shall not be excluded unless it is established that the victim family member is a material and necessary witness, and the court finds there's a substantial probability that such person's presence would impair the conduct of a fair trial. So I guess there's a two-part question. Is he, as the non-legalized or legitimated father, the immediate family of the victim? And then, I mean, you do agree he's a material witness, I assume.
Yes, he is a material witness. There's no doubt about that.
Well, then I guess you should address those two issues, whether he is a family member under the statute and whether there's a substantial probability that his presence would impair the conduct of a fair trial.
Under the statute, Judge, under 1717.3, paragraph 11, it says victim means a person against whom a crime has been perpetrated In the event of the death of the victim, the following relations, if the relation is not either in custody for offense or the defendant, of course he's not in custody, he's not the defendant, the spouse, an adult child, a parent, a sibling, or a grandparent. Now, it says a parent, it doesn't define further what a parent is. What I will say is this, is that if Julian Williams is not recognized and permitted to remain in the role of the victim's representative in this case, then this victim is unrepresented entirely with regard to this case. With regard to whether or not it would impair the conduct of a fair trial, what I will tell the court is this: is that as it says right there, that the testimony that I expect that will precede Julian Williams' testimony is essentially testimony regarding the crime scene. Okay, in other words, where the area, the dorm, that area was secured. Where James Gibson from the GBI will testify about the specifics of that. There'll be some photographs, etc. Chief Lewis from GSW will testify about nothing other than the time on via video, the times that Julian Williams and the defendant entered and exited the dorm. And I mean, that will be the entire substance of his testimony, will be to establish those times. And then I expect Julian Williams to be my next witness after that. So it's essentially just, preliminary testimony sort of to set the scene, and that kind of is all that he would, is all that he would be in the courtroom to hear. So I don't think that he may be a material witness. I don't think his presence would impair the conduct of a fair trial.
All right, Mr. Gamble, I'll let you have the last word.
Well, unless we're going to set the entire Georgia legal code on its head, it's clear that you must be legally recognized as a father. As an example, a father that's done everything in the world for a child, paid child support even in Georgia law because he's been proven to be biologically father that is not legitimated, has no legal rights to that child at all. No visitation rights, no right to custody. If he takes that child somewhere, it can be charged with kidnapping if he doesn't have permission. The law is clear that it's not recognized.
How would you like you to address the substantial likelihood that it would impair the possibility of a fair trial?
The likelihood is even more clear, Your Honor, in that this witness, once he testifies, I mean, even if he's the first person to testify, he's subject to recall. We would not be in favor of allowing him to be in the courtroom. And the substance of this case involves Trinity Poague being accused of doing harm to a child. There were only two people around that child at the time period they're talking about this occurred, her and Julian. Julian Williams is a substantial evidentiary person in this case and is subject to much more testimony than what the state may be trying to elicit, and told several different stories to the GBI during the time that he was interrogated.
Are you contending that even after he testifies, he would not be allowed in the courtroom?
If he is subject to being recalled, Your Honor.
Or do you have him under subpoena?
I do have him under subpoena.
All right.
Whether he has him under subpoena or not, Judge, his subpoena is satisfied once Julian Williams takes a stand, and which he will do this morning sometime.
What's the second issue? Of course, I wish we had brought these up yesterday when we didn't have a jury in the jury room.
Yes, sir. I mean, I'm sorry.
That's all right. But what's the second issue?
75 when we were done.
I know.
So
what is the second issue?
The second issue is a very brief motion in limine regarding opening statements, and that is that the law only permits in opening statements a statement or to the jury, expectation of what evidence will be presented to the jury. And so I would object to or ask the court to instruct Mr. Gamble not to make any reference to any statements that were made by his client, by the defendant, to Samantha Ford of the GBI. And that's because he's not going to he can't put those statements in evidence. It's hearsay for the defendant to put in his or her own prior statements made outside the courtroom. So he can't put them into evidence. And I am not, I don't know whether I'm going to or not. I mean, I don't anticipate, at this point, I don't anticipate that I will do so.
So your motion in limine is for him to not put his client's statements to the GBI into evidence in open.
GBI, this, and this.
Okay. Mr. Gamble?
I don't intend to do that, John. That's fine.
Okay.
Well, then I'll grant that motion in limine. What I'm going to do with regard to Mr. Humphreys Mr. Williams, is without having a definition of what is meant by parent in that statute, I'm going to exclude his exclude his presence until after he testifies. Once he testifies, I'm likely to allow him to remain in the courtroom as a representative of the family, and based upon the fact that he's already testified. Are all the jurors here? All right, let's take 5 minutes, and if anybody needs to step to the restroom, let's do that, and then we'll begin opening statements.
When it comes to great gifts, every detail.
Did everybody have a good evening? I know it was a short evening. Again, I thank you for staying late yesterday. I was just really wanted to make sure that only everyone that was going to be on the jury had to come back today. And I appreciate you being here so promptly. I have a real habit of wanting to get the jury, when I tell them to be somewhere ready to go, that we're ready to go as well. But there are going to be things that come up from time to time that we have to address before you come in. And I just want you to know, if you don't come in when I tell you I think you're going to come in, we're not out here drinking coffee. Okay, there's issues that we need to address, and we had a little bit of that this morning. Okay, I want to before we get started on the trial, I'm going to give you some preliminary instructions, some basic principles of the law that will apply to this case. Once you've heard all the evidence and the closing arguments and the jury and the court's final instructions, those instructions will be in more detail. So they're just preliminary instructions. You have been selected and sworn to try the case of the state of Georgia versus Trinity Poague, which I introduced to you yesterday. The grand jury has indicted the defendant in this case with several offenses, including malice murder, 2 counts of felony murder, 2 counts of aggravated battery, and cruelty to a child in the first degree. I read that indictment to you yesterday, and when this case is handed over to you, you'll have that indictment with you. The defendant has pled not guilty to the indictment, and she denies every charge in it. And the defendant's plea of not guilty present the issues that you have been sworn and selected and sworn to decide. In that regard, the very first part of today's proceeding is going to be you receiving the oath of the trial jury. So I'm going to ask you to please stand and raise your right hand. You shall well and truly try the issue formed upon this indictment between the state of Georgia and Trinity Poague, who is charged with the offenses of malice murder, felony murder, aggravated battery, and cruelty to children in the first degree, and a true verdict give according to the evidence, so help you God. Please indicate that you will. Thank you. Now, the indictment is the way that the defendant is charged with committing the crimes that are alleged in the indictment, and those crimes being violations of the laws of Georgia. The charges in the indictment and the plea of not guilty are not evidence of guilt, and you may not conclude that the defendant is guilty based on the charges or the not guilty plea. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until she is proven guilty. The defendant begins the trial with a presumption of innocence in her favor, and this presumption stays with her until it is overcome by the state. Evidence that convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crimes charged. And again, you will receive much greater detail as to that burden in the final instructions. My role in this case is to determine the law that applies to this case to instruct you as to that law. These are merely preliminary instructions, and you'll be given instructions at the end that will address the burden of proof, will address the specific elements of each offense charged, that will address many rules of evidence and other matters that you'll get in detail. The object of this trial is to the discovery of truth. During the trial, I will admit evidence according to rules of evidence. Those rules are designed to aid in discovering the truth by making sure that you consider only the best and highest evidence. These lawyers are very experienced attorneys. They're good lawyers, and they're going to make objections. They're going to advocate for their positions and for their clients. During the course of those objections, there's going to be discussion between the court and the lawyers concerning those objections. We might even have to ask you to step out into the jury room while we address some of those matters. Please don't draw any inference from that, and any of the conversation between the court and the lawyers about those objections is not evidence. That's legal banter that is not evidence in this case. And I don't want you to hold it against either party if an objection is made or if it's inconvenient that you have to step outside. Now, the trial will proceed. I'll give you sort of an outline of what to expect in the trial. The first part of the trial is the attorneys are going to make opening statements. That is where the lawyers have the opportunity. They don't have to, but they have the opportunity to kind of preview the evidence that you're going to hear in this case. Once the opening statements are concluded, the state will have the opportunity to present its case in chief. That's done by presenting evidence, calling witnesses. I don't know what the evidence is because I have heard it for the first time, just like you. But a lot of times there are documents, pictures, videos. I don't know, but any evidence that is presented, or any witness that is presented, the defendant will have the opportunity to challenge that witness by cross-examination or making objections, that sort of thing. But the state is going to present its evidence. When the state closes its evidence, the defendant has the option to present evidence, but she has no burden of proof and is not required to present any evidence. But if she wishes to do so, that'll be done in the same fashion. Once all of the evidence is presented, the attorneys will have the opportunity to give closing arguments. Again, the state has the burden of proof, so the state has the right to open and conclude the argument phase. During the argument phase of the trial, the lawyers will try to persuade you. They're allowed to argue the law and argue inferences and try to persuade you to one side of the case or the other. Once all that is completed and all the evidence is completed and all the arguments are completed, I will give you those legal detailed instructions. At that time, you'll be asked to return to the jury room. The evidence and the indictment and a verdict form will be brought to you, and you will select a foreperson in your deliberations. It is very important that you pay close attention to the trial. If at any time you cannot hear or see any evidence, or if you are suffering from any discomfort or that distracts you, just inform me or the bailiff, and we will do what is needed to make sure you can hear and see the evidence. And if you need a break, we'll take that as needed. You should consider the evidence with an open mind, and you should not reach any final conclusions until the trial is over. Do not jump to conclusions before all of the evidence is presented. And I gave you detailed legal instructions yesterday concerning your discussion of the case, your investigation of the case. And I'm not going to give quite as much detail today. I will remind you that it would be very improper for you to talk about this case with anyone or to conduct any research about this case or the law or any other matter associated with this case on your own. In that regard, you were asked to leave telephones in your car or on the bus. Has everybody done that? Okay, great. And I'll remind you that there may be recordings going on during the trial, and I'll assure you that none of that is going to depict you, and it's going to be very unobtrusive, and you should pay no attention to it at all. Okay. Now, does anybody have notepads? Okay. You're certainly entitled to take notes, but I want a few observations about that. You only have to take notes. You don't have to take notes. You take notes if you want to. But if you do take notes, please do not let that distract you from paying full attention to the evidence and the witnesses. You may not share or discuss your notes with anyone until you start deliberating at the end of the case. Once you start deliberating, you can share the notes. But even then, notes are not evidence. They are only memory aids. They are not more important than your own impressions or memory of what the evidence may have been. While you could consider another juror's notes to refresh your memory, again, only in the deliberation stage, you should rely on your own memory of the proceedings. Don't be influenced by the notes of other jurors unless their notes help you determining your own independent memory. And you have to leave your notes in the jury room other than when you are in the courtroom. And at the end of all this, they'll be destroyed. So you won't get a transcript of the testimony in this trial to take with you. So it's important that you listen and take only that helps you in your memory. Okay? Any questions? All right, we're going to proceed then. Is the state ready to open? All right, you may proceed.
Yeah, could I ask that chair be removed to sort of bend
Yes.
away a little bit?
Blocks your view. Yes, sir.
David movie.
I will not be afraid.
Over the next few days, what you're going to hear in this courtroom is the story of the short life and horrible death of a little boy. A little boy who at the time he died was 18 months old. He was born June 25th, 2022, to his mother, Shayla Garnica, in Tallahassee, Florida. His father was Julian Williams, and Julian knew that Shayla was pregnant, but was expecting the baby to be born the following week. She called him the day after the baby was born and said, "He's here now. He's been born." So Julian Williams went to Tallahassee, and they celebrated the baby, and that talked about what to name him, and agreed to name him Jaxton Drew Angelus, which is Shayla's her last name, like her I can't remember what the correct word is, but it's her last name was Angelus Garnica, and so the child was going to be Jaxton Drew Angelus. Actually, she didn't do that. She did the birth certificate and she put Romeo Angeles on there. And as it turns out, actually, you'll hear Julian Williams didn't even realize that the child's name was Romeo, as opposed to Jaxton Drew, which they had agreed on, until after he had passed away. But he went by JD. That's what everybody called him. That's what his father called him. That's what his aunt called him. That's what his mother called him. He went by the name, by the initials JD, and he was ultimately solely in the custody of Julian Williams. When the child was 3 or 4 months old, his mother was going to return to Mexico for something. She contacted Julian and said, that she wanted to know if he had any problem with her taking the child to Mexico. And he said, yeah. He said, I'd rather not. He said, why don't you just leave him with me? And she said, okay. So he went to Tallahassee and he picked up JD and took him back to Colquitt, where he lived. And when he went back to Colquitt with the child, that essentially was the end of the mother's involvement with the child. She saw the child 2 or 3 times after that, like when Julian took the child to Tallahassee to go to a doctor's appointment, whatever, she saw the child then, but she didn't keep him anymore. He didn't stay with her anymore. He lived from that point forward until his death. He lived with Julian Williams. He lived with Julian Williams and Julian's sister, Ashanti Burr, who was a little younger than he is. She's a college student now. And they lived with their mother in Colquitt. Her mother became ill. She was diagnosed with cancer. She was receiving radiation treatment, and the child couldn't be in the home with her because she was receiving radiation treatment. And so she ended up moving to another house that they owned, and so it was Julian Williams and Ashanti, his sister, and the child living there. And Julian was the sole income. He was the sole wage earner, the sole support for the family, for his mother, for his sister, and for the child. And so he worked a lot. And when he was working, his sister was the person who took care of the child, sort of on a day-to-day basis. The mother ended up dying. I don't remember exactly when that was. Sometime in 2023, Julian's mother passed away, and so it was Julian and Ashanti and JD. Whatever the original origin was of the relationship, Julian Williams became involved in a relationship with Trinity Poague, who is the defendant in this case. And she lived in, I think, in Donaldsonville, lived in South Georgia, down, further south. We're in South Georgia, further South Georgia. When you're in Donaldsonville, this is North Georgia, practically where we are. But she was from there. She was from Donaldsonville, and she and Julian Williams became involved in a relationship. You're going to hear some things about the relationship, about as it progressed. And for now, I'm just going to sort of summarize it by saying that what I think you will hear is evidence that the relationship was very rocky, that it was sort of up and down, it was on again, off again. They were breaking up on Thursday and back together on Friday, and then she was going to break up with him on Saturday, and her feelings because he broke up with her before she could break up with him, and so on and so forth over the course of many, many, many months. Trinity she was a college student. She started attending Georgia Southwestern in August of 2023. And so Julian often on weekends when he was off work, he often would come up to Americus. He many times brought the child with him to Americus, and they stayed in her dorm, and she lived in the Oaks dormitory. She had a roommate, a young lady named Paris Permort, who you will hear from in this trial. And so Julian would bring the child up, and they would stay with her. They would stay with her there. Throughout all of this, one of the primary sources of friction that you hear about, the primary sources of friction in this relationship, and what you will hear is this, that Trinity Poague resented this child. She resented this child because the child got more of Julian Williams. Jay goes by Jay. Most people call him Jay Williams. And so if I say Jay or Julian, I'm talking about the same person. I'm talking about the child's father. But the child, JD, got a lot more attention from Jay than perhaps than Ms. Poague. In addition to that, the evidence will show that she resented the fact that she was sort of placed in a stepmother role, that wasn't the role she wanted to be in, that she wanted to have a family, she wanted to have children, she wanted to have a child or children with Jay Williams, but not that child. She wanted her own child with Jay Williams. And you will see and hear evidence in the form of text messages and people who knew Trinity Poague and who had conversation with her, and you'll hear from them about the things that she said, and you'll see some of the text messages that she said, and it goes all the way back to like August of 2023. She was expressing her anger about the child, her frustration about the child, that commented in a text roommate that she really would just like to punch him, and it's like, well, I know that sounds terrible, because he's just a little boy, but still, I would just punch him. And she makes those references and things like that continue throughout their relationship. So coming up to the week of January 8th, January 9th of 2024, Jay Williams is here. He comes to America because he's working. He works at he'll tell you, I can't remember the name of the place, but it's in Bainbridge. They build dams and bridges and things like that. They construct them there and then take them apart and ship them out and put them back together and all that. He's got a job, and he fully supports this family and has since even before the child was born. But he would come to America sometimes, and then he'd go to work from here, you know, and then come back to Americas during the weeks. And so he was in Americas for a couple of days and stayed at the dorm with Ms. Poague. And then he got a room here at a hotel, and they were going to have sort of a celebratory night, I suppose. And there was some fighting going on. It was trying to make up, and you'll hear all of that evidence. But the bottom line is that he's here on and off throughout that week. And then Saturday, he leaves here on Friday and goes work, and he goes home, and so he's in Colquitt, and
If there are phones in the courtroom, they need to be cut off.
I don't know where mine is, so I'm sure it's not mine. So they're there that night on Friday, January 13th. He's there. I'm sorry, Saturday, January 13th. He's in Colquitt, and she's up here, and she's, you know, somebody comes up with the idea of them meeting in Albany. Okay, so he's going to meet her in Albany. They're going to go to dinner and whatever. So he says, but I've got JD with me. Okay, I'm going to have JD, you know, and Trinity Poague says, that's fine. Bring JD. I want to see JD too. And so bring JD. So they meet in Albany and go to a couple of places, go get some food, and go to Sephora, the makeup store, and some other things. And then they're leaving there, and he's going to come with her to Americas Saturday night, January 13th, 2024. And they haven't even gotten to Americas, okay? They hadn't even gotten to Americas before she begins texting her roommate, Paris Permort. And she says to Paris at 9:28 p.m. that night, she says to Paris something to the effect of, you know, she worked nights at Magnolia Manor. And so she wasn't at the dorm. And so Ms. Poague texted her and said, are you coming back in the morning? Somehow I got stuck with JD, okay, because JD was coming up here with his dad. And she says, you know, he made me feel bad because it's late and JD's being fussy. So he asked if they could stay. Well, that's what she's telling the roommate. I think the evidence will be that that's not, in fact, what happened. I mean, because they're in Albany, right? He can go back to Colquitt, which is 40 miles away, you know, and she can come to Americas, which is 40 miles away. But she wants him to come to Americas, so he's coming to Americas, and she's complaining to the roommate because JD's going to be there. Because JD's going to be in Americas with him. She texts Paris, her roommate. I say roommate, sweet mate. It's you'll see the breakup of them. You go to the door and there's a sink and a bathroom and a little lobby area and two rooms. Okay, so she texts Paris and she says, I can't do being around JD anymore. He hates me and I hate him. It's what she's telling Paris, even while she's driving to Americas with the child in her car. She put a child in her car, and Jay was following them up here. So they get here, and Paris wants to see the child. She's seen him. She's met him several times, you know, when he was up here, and she adored him. She thought that he was, you know, the sweetest little thing in the world, and so she wanted to see the child. So she says, you know, she's gonna come over there, and she's, you know, she says, I want to come see my child, and Ms. Poague says, you want me to stop by your work, and And Paris says, no, I'll come to the dorm in a little while. When I have a break, I'll come. And so she does. She goes over there a little after they get there. They get to the dorm that night, a little after 10. And then right after that, just a few minutes after that, Paris comes to the dorm, visits with the child for a few minutes, and then leaves and goes back to work. Later that night, Trinity Poague texted Paris and said, is it okay if I sleep in your room? She says, I just need a break. I need a mental break. JD isn't asleep, and Jay is knocked out all over the bed, and I didn't want to play the TV in there. That's about 11:30, 11:45 or so on Saturday night, January 13th. She tells Paris, Paris says, why don't you wake him up and tell him to help get JD to sleep? And Trinity Poague says to Paris, she says, I did, and he just put him beside him and let him roll off the bed. That's what she tells Paris. I think that message was at, you will hear, 11:57 p.m. Now, the sleeping arrangements in that room where there was an air mattress, and the air mattress was blown up, and it was at the end of the bed, foot of the bed, of Ms. Poague's bed, and Ms. Poague and the child were sleeping on the air mattress, and Jay was sleeping on her bed. And so when she talks about the child, quote, rolled off the bed, she later clarifies in a subsequent message the next afternoon to Paris. She says, back up. Paris says, what? Yeah? And she goes, it's fine. He's okay. He's fine. And not only does she say he's okay, he's fine, but she has her phone out and she takes some short videos of the child after the child has supposedly fallen off of the bed. And the child is sitting up and he's calm and he's quiet and looks like a normal, sleepy little kid, who's sort of playing with, moving his hands around, playing with Miss Poague, and looks for all the world just, like everything is perfectly okay. There's no bruises. There's no marks on him. There's no anything. There weren't any bruises on him when he got here, okay? Like on his face or on his body. There weren't any marks. Wasn't suffering from any kind of medical condition. Wasn't in need of medical care or anything else, okay, when he had gotten here with his daddy. But she says to Paris, she goes, he's fine, he's okay. And the next day she clarifies and she goes, Paris says, I thought you said he rolled off the bed. And she says, first she says, I don't know. I was asleep. I don't know if he fell off the bed or didn't fall off the bed. That's what she tells Paris. A few hours after she told Paris he rolled off the bed. Then she tells Paris, when Paris asks about it again, says, did he fall off the bed last night or not? And she says, yeah. She says, but that was only off the air mattress. And the air mattress wasn't that far from the ground. And then, of course, you'll see there is an air mattress that's in the room. I mean, by the time the room is searched and photographed and so forth, the air mattress, before Jay Williams had left the room that Sunday morning, the air mattress was folded up, put in the closet, etc. So in any event, to get back to that night, she had texted Paris and said he fell off the bed, etc. But the child's up. She takes videos. He's fine. He's calm. He's playing. Doesn't have a mark on him. Doesn't appear to be in any distress whatsoever. He went to bed that night. Slept all night long that night. Slept until 9:30 or 10 o'clock on Sunday morning, the 14th. He woke up and Okay, I have a 4-year-old grandson, and I might do this. Okay, so I'm not suggesting there's anything wrong with this. Okay, but this is what I was given to eat. Okay, when he woke up on Sunday morning, it was Fritos, Twisty Fritos, the twirly chips, Fritos chips, and Mountain Dew in his sippy cup. Okay, but that's what son has done, is sitting in a chair. There's one of those like saucer style chairs, like big round thing sits on a frame, and the child's in the chair, put in the chair, and is sitting there eating Fritos and drinking Mountain Dew and watching TV, and everything is fine. Jay Williams, they were going to get lunch. He ordered pizza. Okay, he left the dorm, and you're going to see a video that just shows him. There's a few seconds of the video, but it's just video in the dorm, and you'll see you'll make notes of the times that people came and went at the dorm. But he left. I think it was 11:55, 11:56, or something like that, in the morning, to go to Walmart to get some drinks and to go pick up a pizza for food.
When it comes to great gifts, every detail counts.
When he left, his son was in good health. He was gone 35 or 36 minutes. As he was coming back, he gets a call from Trinity Poague, who says something to the effect of, "I don't know what happened, but he's not breathing." And so Jay Williams pulls up to the dorm, and he goes into the dorm, and you'll see him. He's got a Walmart bag and a Pizza Hut box in his hands, and he goes through the door. And when he gets to the room, she's holding his baby, and he said the child appeared to be in great distress. He tossed the pizza on the bed. He dropped the Walmart bags on the floor. He picked the baby up, and he took off. He rushed out the door with the baby, headed to Phoebe Sumter, to the emergency room. The child was so sick at that point that the child was throwing up on him. May have started throwing up when he was in the dorm, in the room. I think what you hear is Jay Williams will testify. I mean, there's some evidence the child might have thrown up, like as they were going out the door. Jay Williams will testify that he doesn't really know when he started throwing up, but it was like in the car. It was when he, threw up on his clothes, etc. Gets to the emergency room. Not breathing. They take the child in. The child's is in grave distress at this point. There's no pulse. He's not, no heartbeat, no blood pressure, no breathing, no anything. And they take and start performing CPR, and I'll try. They were going to life flight him out to Dr. Bussman, who will testify in this case. Dr. Bussman testified he'd made arrangements with Eggleston Hospital in Atlanta, the Children's Hospital in Atlanta, for the child to go up there. They made arrangements. They were going to fly and helicopter the child out, life flight to Eggleston. As soon as they could get him stable, they never were able to get him stable enough to fly. A little after 4 o'clock, about 3 hours after he had gotten to the hospital, J.D. Angelus took his last breath. This child that when he came to Americus from Colquitt on Saturday, didn't have a mark on him, didn't have any injury, wasn't in any distress. When Jay Williams left to go to pick up pizza, the child was sitting up, eating, not in any distress, didn't have a mark on him. But by the time the child got to the emergency room, after spending 35 minutes in that room with Trinity Poague, this is what the child had. He had fresh bruising on his face. There was a fresh bruise, a visible, immediate, a sort of immediately visible bruise on the right side. Yeah, right side of his forehead. There was a bruise on the right side of his neck. There was a bruise on his cheek. There was a much bigger bruise on his other cheek. And you'll hear some testimony. You'll hear some testimony from a medical examiner and maybe others about what kind of a bruise this was. It's what they call a pattern bruise. Okay, it's something that when a doctor, when a medical examiner, somebody who's trained and experienced, looks at it, they say, I know what caused that bruise because it's like a bruise, and there's a little break, in the skin, whatever, where it's not bruised, and there's another bruise, and it's called a pattern bruise because it's something that is known as the kind of bruise you get from a hard slap to the face, or from this kind of a thing, this kind of a pinch to the face. So there's that bruise on the left side. He's bleeding from his brain. There are bruises, multiple bruises, 4, 5, or more fresh bruises on the top of this child's head. Okay? Here and here and here and here, and in the temporal parietal region, which I think means right here, okay, and up here at the top of his head. And that's not all. On the back of his head, this bone right here at the bottom of the bottom of the skull, okay, that sort of dish shape that kind of goes in, and sort of naturally protected by your shoulders and by the crown of your head. This bone here at the bottom of his skull, the occipital bone, is fractured. Not only is the occipital bone fractured, but he has a massive hemorrhage in that location at the back of his head. A hemorrhage that was causing a hematoma, collection of blood, that was so fresh and so immediate that the people at the emergency room are like, you can feel it. You can put your hands on it, you can feel the blood built up right here at the back of his head. That is an injury that I believe the evidence will show is referred to as catastrophic. It's an acute injury. It's not an injury that happened hours before or days before. It's not an injury that could have happened the night before. It's not an injury that could have happened realistically. It's not an injury that could have happened without falling off of a bed or falling out of a chair or anything else. It's an injury that simply requires applied force to that particular part of the head, and it's an injury that could literally only have occurred within a few minutes before this child was presented at the emergency room. Couldn't have happened last night. Couldn't have happened 4 hours ago, or 5 hours ago, or even 2 or 3 hours ago. It can't be, to the moment clear when the injury occurred. But I think what you would hear across the board from the medical testimony in this case, you're going to hear not only from the medical examiner, but you're also going to hear from both the treating physicians that treated this child at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center, at the ER, in the emergency room. That's Dr. Busman and Dr. Oak. I'm going to say that injury didn't happen before. That injury had to have happened in a very brief time, just a few moments before the child presented at the emergency room. And believe it or not, that's still not all. In addition to the multiple impacts, the multiple points of impact, the multiple injuries that was causing his brain to bleed here and here and here and here and here, in addition to that, J.D. Angelus had a massive laceration of his liver, which is down here, this part where his liver is. And there's a massive laceration of the liver. And the laceration of the liver is to the right lobe of the liver. It's the lobe of the liver that basically is away from the front of the body. Okay, not it happens from you falling forward or landing on the front part of your body. It's an injury that's off back here. It's causing him to bleed profusely in his abdomen. The evidence will be, the medical testimony here is going to be pretty clear though, that this is not the injury that killed the child. Okay, the injury that killed the child is the injury to his head. There's really not going to be any medical dispute about that. But there's nonetheless a massive laceration of the liver. It's not a chronic condition. It's not a condition that could have built up over time. It's not blood that would have collected over some long period of time. Okay? It's an injury that occurred acutely, that occurred sometime in the minutes or hours before the child was at the emergency room. Some of the injuries, like the bruises, for instance, what the testimony will be, they're acute, they're fresh, but nobody can really age bruise, okay? They can't look at a bruise and say that bruise is less than an hour old, okay? An hour-old bruise doesn't look much different than an 8-hour-old bruise, okay? The one injury, the single injury that can really be aged in this case, that the doctors can take a position, a firm position, and say this injury had to have occurred in this time frame, was the catastrophic injury to the fracture of the occipital bone, the hemorrhage, and the occipital bone was fractured so hard, okay, the extent of the fracture was significant enough that it caused the skull, this child's skull, to separate, okay, on the side of his head. Okay, like, everybody's seeing pictures of skull, skeletons type of thing, and the skull's 4 or 5 different pieces, okay, and those pieces you hear they're laced together, okay, like the bone of the skull laces together, okay. It's something called, the one that's in question in this case is called the lambdoidal suture, okay, and the suture is just where the pieces of the skull join together, okay, and the impact to the back of this child's head was so severe that it caused the lambdoidal suture, which is up here on the scalp, caused it to separate. Okay, that's the injury that can be dated in time. But others, the bruises, the injury to the liver, are all consistent with that same time frame, and the evidence will be, that they're all acute, they're all fresh, and you're going to see pictures of this child from just a few hours before where there are any of these injuries. Okay, there aren't any of these injuries on him. There's no injuries to his face. There's no marks on his face. There's no knots on his head. There's no swelling of his abdomen. There's no vomiting. There's no illness that occurs or is associated with head trauma. The only time that that is present is at the conclusion of what was essentially the last 35 minutes of this child's life, when he was in the sole company of the defendant, Trinity Poague. You know, I'll tell you what evidence they don't have. You know, it's not going to hear. I don't. Nobody saw what she did. Okay, nobody saw what she did to inflict these injuries. Okay? There's not a video from inside of her dorm room, and you know, I think you may hear, you know, some hypotheses. You know, could this have happened? Could that have happened? Could this have caused this injury? Could that have caused this injury? And so forth. But the bottom line is, nobody knows for sure what happened, except that J.D. Angelus was the victim of severe and sudden head trauma and abdominal trauma. Something that they will, I think that the phrase that you may hear from one or more of these doctors is something called inflicted trauma. Okay? Inflicted trauma as opposed to accidental trauma. There are some earmarks, there are some distinctions that the clinical presentation of a patient, there's some distinctions between patients who present with accidental injuries and patients who present with injuries that are the result of inflicted or applied trauma. You're going to hear the story of the last few days and the last few minutes of J.D. Angelus' short life. And you're going to hear about the details of his horrible death. And ultimately, when all the evidence is in and the case is closed, I'll come back, talk to you again. And what I will ask you for then is simply this, that as a jury, that you collectively say, we are going to hold accountable, we are going to hold responsible the person, the only person who could have inflicted these injuries on this 18-month-old baby. And the way you will show that accountability and make that finding of accountability and responsibility is by returning a verdict of guilty on the charges that the state has brought against this defendant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. Are you all still comfortable? Does anybody need a brief recess? Okay. Mr. Gamble for the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I told you yesterday morning, my name is T. Gamble. It's my privilege today to represent Trinity Poague. You've heard what the state says the evidence is going to show in this case, and it will not be surprising to you, I don't think, that we disagree with at least some of what the state has to say as to what this evidence is going to show. Now, there are certain parts of the evidence we will all agree on. There's no question about that. But I'm going to tell you what we believe the evidence is really going to show you about this case. You're going to see that this is a case that the state has made that is filled with suspicion, but is completely empty of evidence. You're going to see that this case is not about a young 18-year-old girl who was dating a 23-year-old man and in some reason or another caused great harm to an 18-month-old child. Because you're going to see from the facts of this case that this case is about a victim. Not just one victim, but two victims. One victim is readily apparent. That's JD. This is an 18-month-old child that had tragic injuries. There's no question about that. But the second victim sits at this table right here, right behind me. That victim is Trinity Poague, because she has been accused of a crime she did not commit, based upon speculation that is incorrect. Because you're going to see from the evidence that what occurred here is nothing to do with Trinity Poague's hands, nothing to do with any violence she would have ever have done toward the child. The evidence is going to show you that Trinity Poague was 18 years old at the time she was accused of this crime. She had graduated from high school the spring before that. She had graduated with honors. She had received a scholarship from the Jimmy Carter Scholarship Program. She agreed to come to Georgia Southwestern under that scholarship program to get a degree in nursing. She had just completed her first semester of school, making straight A's, when it began the second semester in January 2024. Now, when she first entered Georgia Southwestern back in August of 2023, she had a relationship, boyfriend, girlfriend, with Julian Williams, who you've already heard a little about. Julian Williams is 23 years old. She's 18. The relationship has already been described, and we acknowledge was volatile. It was an immature relationship, one in which they argued and fought and broke and got back together and broke up and got back together. The breakups were usually on an hour or two, fussing over text messages or whatever. But you will see from that evidence and all that you will hear from the courtroom that Julian Williams was a controlling boyfriend. He wanted to know everything about what Trinity Poague was doing. He wanted to know the passwords for every bit of her social media, Snapchat, Facebook, TikTok, whatever it may be. He wanted complete access. And when he text messaged when he was away, he wanted a response immediately. He wanted to know that she was not going anywhere when she was in college where she would talk to other men. He did not want her to do anything. He was the controlling factor in their relationship. But at the same time, Trinity Poague at the time thought she was in love with Julian Williams. And so as time went on from August until January, when this event occurred, Julian Williams would come to see her at Georgia Southwestern College and spend the night quite often. He spent every weekend, virtually every weekend with her. And most days he spent at least a couple of times during the weekday with her. And almost all of those times when he did that, he was alone. Now, Trinity knew he had a child. The child was JD that you've already heard about. When she first started dating him, that was in June of 2023. The child was approximately a year old. She did not meet JD immediately. She met JD later. But when she did meet JD, Julian was fine and dandy with her taking the child off by herself and doing whatever she wanted to do as far as shopping or things like that. Now, because he knew that Trinity had experience with young children. Because Trinity, from the time that she was 11 years old until she was 18, had babysat for numerous people in Donaldsonville, numerous times, would take care of their children. And oftentimes the children she took care of were of the age of JD, under a year to a 2-year-old child. And so she was well secure in doing so. And you're going to see that most of the time, though, the child was not with JD, was not with Mr. Williams, who's known as Jay, because he would leave the child with his sister. As you heard already, he and his sister were living together. And in reality, his sister was caretaker of this child. Mr. Williams didn't take the child with him unless he had to. You're here on the weekend he had the child on anywhere. It was because the sister all of a sudden couldn't keep the child. When he came on the weekdays, he didn't bring the child with him. When he came on the weekends, for the most part, he didn't take the child with him. And when he did bring the child, he would give the child to Trinity to take care of. I believe you'll hear testimony that Trinity was the one that bathed the child, clothed the child, got the child ready for bed. If you see any photographs or any videos that are introduced of the couple, you'll see that Trinity is normally holding the child. She carried him. She took care of him. It's an indication Mr. Williams expects someone else to take care of the child. Now, the child had an unusual circumstance, and that was born to a mother that has now given the child up to Mr. Williams. Excuse me. Mr. Williams is not recognized as the legal father of the child. He's not legitimated the child or done anything to have a court declare that he actually is the father, but we're not really arguing about whether or not he's the biological father. But when the child was born, the lady was married to someone else who's not in the picture as well. But the lady that gave him up just told her to come get him, has not seen the child since she gave him to Julian Williams. Now, Julian Williams has had a child for about a year or more. And during this time that he's had this child, not one single time you can see from the evidence has he taken the child to the doctor. Not one time. For your normal checkups, for your normal monthly and quarterly and all the things that you do for young children. None at all. And you're going to see, in addition to failing to do that, that on the weekend that is in question in this case has been talked about, in which he came to see Trinity. This was an unexpected visit with the child. It was an unexpected visit, but Trinity did not know the child was coming, did not mind that the child was coming, but was not prepared for the child to be there. As an example, would not have had food at the dorm for the child, that type thing. But that when Mr. Williams arrived, he was drinking. And he was drinking with the child, riding from Bainbridge to Americans. And that he met Trinity in Albany, Georgia. When he met her, they were going to Chipotle to have something to eat. And they sat down to eat there, but they did not have some of the things they normally have. And Trinity asked, could they go somewhere else because they didn't have what she wanted. So before they left from Chipotle, they were going to go to McDonald's. Before they went, they took the car seat out of Mr. Williams' vehicle and put it in Trinity's vehicle. And they did that because they knew, or Trinity knew, that Mr. Williams was drinking. He didn't need to be driving with that child. So they go to the trouble to take the car seat out of one vehicle, put it in the other vehicle. Trinity and the child went to eat at McDonald's. Now, when they went to eat at McDonald's, this is Saturday, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, sometime in that range, the child did not eat when he was given his food. But he's a young child. It's not unheard of for a child not to eat. Trinity didn't think anything particularly about that. They then decided to go to America's. And Trinity had already decided, yes, she had sent text about she preferred that she not see him that night, not just the child, but Mr. Williams. But she realized Mr. Williams was drinking. She couldn't just send him back home with the child because he would be driving with the child. So she agreed to come back to America's that night. They came back to the dorm that night. And when they came to the dorm that night, they planned on spending the night, and Mr. Williams went to sleep very early. I would suggest to you that he passed out because he had been drinking. And that left Trinity with the child. Now, some of what was said earlier about facts are not exactly correct. Trinity did text her roommate and ask could she use her room, but not to sleep. If you read the text, it was actually to watch TV because that will be separate and away, not to go to sleep. But she had the child and she was up with it, and Mr. Williams was asleep. And I'll talk to you a little bit about the rest of this situation as far as the facts of what happened from there forward in just a moment. But first, let me tell you a little bit about the investigation that has occurred in this case. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation, along with the American Police Department, you'll see from the evidence, are the two main investigatory agencies who are trying to determine what happened here. And in doing so, they had a right to interview people and try to find facts and all those things. And you will see that they will have no evidence concerning the location of where a supposed crime scene occurred, and they'll have no evidence about a crime occurring at all. In other words, you'll see no blood evidence, you'll see no DNA evidence, you'll see no spittle evidence, you'll see no throw-up evidence. You may hear about throwing up coming up somewhere, but you'll see no evidence of it. You'll need to see no blood splatter, you'll see nothing that will indicate that a violent action occurred in the dorm where Trinity Poague lives. Nothing. You will see lots of photographs. They took photographs, over 150 photographs of the dorm area. They took photographs of garbage, all kinds of evidence. They'll have nothing. And more importantly, you'll see that the GBI and the American Police Department committed two severe violations of normal protocol. One involved they took in from the trash They had video of people coming in and out, delivering trash to the dumpster. And coming from the dorm room of where Trinity lived, the trash was taken out, so they took that trash, went out there into the green dumpster and pulled it out. And they went through it, and it was just normal stuff, like empty cola cans and that kind of thing. It had 3 diapers in there. 3 diapers were wrapped up. They unfolded those diapers. They took pictures of the folded up diaper first. Then they took pictures of the diapers after they were opened up. 2 of them were of no real note. I think they may have had urine or something. It's hard to tell. The 3rd one was full of fecal matter. But in that fecal matter, from the naked eye, it appeared to have blood in it. And it appeared to have blood because that's the coloration of it and the way you're looking at it. And the importance of that was, and is, it was taken enough importance to have a picture taken of it and to be marked, the photograph numbers show which number it is. But after they took that, and the first time that we saw it as an offense, we filed a motion to ask that there be a test done on that fecal matter. There was blood in it. Because there was blood in the fecal matter, it would show that it had been quite some time between injury and that occurred. You can't have blood if you just happened, it wouldn't be blood in fecal matter. In this case, the diaper was not the one the child was wearing when it went to the hospital. It had a diaper on when it went to the hospital. So you know that this diaper came from previous time, sometime in the past time period. But GBI and America's Police Department, when we asked to do that test, turned out they threw it away. Threw away the evidence. They do not have it. They will not be able to explain why they don't have it, other than they did not feel like it was important enough to keep. The second protocol violation, I'll just wait and you'll just listen. When you come to court, you will see they violated a very serious normal protocol for the way cases are handled. And you will see that as I question some of their witnesses. But you will see that this investigation also failed in many ways. They interviewed Ms. Poague, they interviewed Mr. Williams, they interviewed quite a few people. But most of the people they interviewed, almost all, were the folks that knew Ms. Poague. Almost all of them. Everyone in the dorm, every friend they could find out, trying to find out what was going on here. But you'll see when it came time to interview Mr. Williams. Now remember, he's the caretaker of his child. And when it comes time to interview his sister, Miss Ashanti Burke, they interviewed them. No one else. They didn't interview anybody who knew him. They didn't interview about what was going on. They didn't interview anything about what might have happened. They didn't interview anyone on that side because there was a rush to judgment in this case. You'll see the GBI guy in this case said that Trinity Poague was the last person that was with the child. The child was in distress. She must have done it. From that point on, to do anything but try to prove that Trinity Poague was the person that did it. But they had problems, as I said, when they went to the dorm room and they scoured it trying to find evidence. They found nothing. That did not support their theory very much. So they then have said they think it had to be within a time frame, a very short time frame that this occurred. That's the only explanation. That way it would make it where it could be no one else. Now understand, Trinity Poague was only around the child this time from Saturday around 6 o'clock or so until Sunday at noon. And really she was around the child most of that time with Mr. Williams. If any injury or anything happened to this child any other time period, it absolutely could not be Trinity Poague. And that's important to note because there are some things that occurred here. When Mr. Williams was interviewed, and I believe when he testifies, he will have to admit that he told various stories about what he thought had happened to the child after he got to the hospital. You will see that, I believe, from Dr. Busman's notes that the first thing he told them was that the child had fallen face down, face first, 5 minutes before he brought the child to the hospital. I don't know where he got that particular statement from, but that's what he told them. He later told police officers the same story, that the child had fallen. And he told Trinity Poague and one of the police officers at one time, the child had fallen on Friday.
You're wellness isn't the same as everyone else's. This is a journey. You have your own goals, your own motivations, your own reasons for taking care of yourself. And no matter how you define it, we're here for it. We're here to help you live well.
I used PayPal to buy this ticket. I'm paying it off over time. No fees, no interest.
You know what else has no interest? Me.
You can pay your own way.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
The captain will be back in the cockpit.
Oh, yeah, sir. What?
In addition to that, we know a few things about what may have happened with the child as well. We know that JD spent the night, as I told you, in the room. If they got back from going to eat, when they got back, Mr. Williams is out. He's out cold. And we know he's out cold because there was reports from other people in the dorm that sometime midnight forward, at least 2 people reported they heard the child crying loud enough that it woke them up. And we also know that Mr. Williams said, I don't know anything about it. And finally admits he didn't wake up. And I would suggest to you that evidence shows there's a reason he didn't wake up, for what I told you a moment ago, because he had been drinking enough that he would not wake up. But Trinity Poague was awake during those time periods. And Trinity you have seen that what they've already talked about with the text messages, that she acknowledged that the child fell off the bed that night. Now, she said the first time he fell off the bed, but I think he's okay. The second time when they asked, she said, well, it was really just the blow-up mattress. But I think you will see that when that statement was made, it was from the hospital, as they were waiting to find out what was going on. And by that time, there had already been allegations being thrown against her. And I believe that you will find that Mr. Williams had wanted to make sure that no one said anything about the child falling off the bed. The bed's important because this bed's not like normal beds, in the sense that your normal bed's not too high off the ground. This bed is 40 inches above the ground because you can store stuff below it. That means it's about this high. It's pretty high. You'll see from, I believe, investigation that the flooring in that dorm room is a concrete tile floor. Very hard surface is what I believe the investigation showed. So it's something if you fall on or hit will cause great damage and can cause harm. And we know that the child fell off of that bed at that time because of the statements they were already made and because we know from the dorm that the child was crying. Now, was that enough to cause these injuries? I know the state will say that is not the case. But there's a few things I believe that will be acknowledged or admitted by the medical people that will come testify today. One is any child under 3 and certainly under 2 is not physically developed yet. And in one place they're not physically developed is the skull. Their skull has not joined together and become a solid structure that protects. It is sort of apart. So any evidence, in fact, that the skull was somehow separated could very well be the skull has not yet formed to be together. But because it's not totally together, a young child is much more susceptible to injury from a fall than would be an adult human being, and can get much more catastrophic injury from what would seem to be a rather unimportant fall can cause great harm to a child. In addition to that, the same holds true for internal injuries. A child's organs are much larger than your organs because they've already grown in size almost to the adult size, even though they're a small child. So they're very susceptible to a fall because it's a small area with a large organ that if it falls can cause injury. And I believe that's important to know that that could be part of what could have happened. We don't know why Mr. Williams said the child fell on Friday, but there's also evidence, I believe, can show that if you have one fall compounded by another fall, it can cause some injury that then gets magnified by the second fall. But if we go back to the night in question that this happened, on the fall from the bed. We know that happened. The next morning, when everyone wakes up, it appears that by all testimonies that will come in, that the child appeared to be okay. They got up rather late that morning, except for one thing. The child again did not eat and did not drink. The child would not eat and would not drink the night before. Still is not eating and not drinking. And we know that not from testimony so much. We do know there were some chips that were crushed up in Mountain Dew gave the child. The medical examiner and the medical records will show the child had no food in its stomach at all, had no food or any substance in its mouth. The child was not eating for some reason, which of course could cause concern, but only if you looking back to now seeing their problems. But when the child didn't eat, it was just sitting there not eating, and that's when they decided to go get pizza. The father went to get pizza. Now, when he went to get pizza, Miss Poague said I was going to go with him. She and the child would go along with him. But he said, no, you just stay here. And prior to them going to get pizza, she and Mr. Williams had taken a shower together. And this was right before he would then get out of the shower and leave. He got out of the shower before she did. He got out of the shower about 5 minutes before she did, because she remained in the shower and shaved her legs. And that took some time, as you might imagine. When she got out of the shower, Mr. Williams was holding the child who was crying rather loudly. But that was not unheard of, because the child was fussy at the time. It had been fussy during this occasion by not eating. Trinity Poague did not think a lot about it at the time, but the child calmed down. Mr. Williams put him in his little seat, and he left to get the food. When he came back, the child was all of a sudden in distress. Trinity Poague Trinity Poague's testimony would be that she was there, was cleaning up around the house, and didn't see anything unusual. And he looks and sees that the hit child is not able to hold its head up as it should. She called her boyfriend because she knew he was not far away, and it would be quicker to get the child to get medical attention to go straight ahead than to call some emergency. He went to the hospital. She followed behind at the hospital, and that's when they came to be interviewed. They were interviewed on many occasions by police officers. Mr. Williams gave conflicting stories on various things on several occasions, and he was interviewed some, but as I said, nothing was followed up. Now, when you look at the whole totality of this case, ladies and gentlemen, it's easy to just first blush say, well, she was there last, must be the person. But this case requires evidence. It requires proof. Trinity Poague should not be accused of this crime. I know that when you go back to the jury room, you will want to find justice, and I understand that, because you do have one victim, a young child. But in seeking justice in this case, do not let justice be found at the cross of innocent blood, because Trinity Poague did not commit this violent act. And Trinity Poague is not guilty of the crime he's been accused of, and that is the proper verdict that he should render at the end of his trial. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Jim. All right, it is 10:25 according to that clock. I'm going to give you a 15-minute recess. I'm asking you to step into the jury room for 15 minutes. Next recess, I'll let some people go downstairs if they need to, but please be ready to come back at
When it comes to great gifts, every detail counts.
10:45. Thank you.
What's fabulous about these is that they're clear on the top, and then they transition to
test 1 2. Test 1 2.
Would you tell the jury your name, please?
My name is Nathaniel Milledge, lieutenant at Georgia Southwestern State University.
Lieutenant Nathaniel Milledge, and can you spell Milledge for the court reporter, please?
It's Milledge.
And you were employed, you said, at Georgia Southwestern State University?
That's correct.
What department employed in there?
The police department.
And how long have you been with the GSW Police Department?
Total of about 27 years.
And on January 14, which was a Sunday, January 14, 2024, were you on duty?
Yes, I was.
And did you receive some information concerning an event which may have occurred on the GSW campus?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Just briefly, if you would tell the jury what information you received and from where.
Okay. Initially, I received a call, as I recall, from Lieutenant Allen from America's Police Department. I think he was at the emergency room. I think he may have been working security at that time.
Okay. Did you receive a call from Allen, or did you get notified by Central?
I did receive a call from Central, but I also spoke with Lieutenant Allen.
Okay, so both.
Right.
What is Central? What do you mean by Central?
The 911 center.
Okay. And then you also received a phone call from Lieutenant
Allen.
Tim Allen from the America's Police Department, right? Okay. And did you subsequently have some conversation with Chief Lewis about about information being received concerning a matter at the college?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. What was the nature of the call? Okay, I mean, without much detail, but I mean, just if you're going to just summarize the nature of the call that you got, or the word that you got about what had happened.
I received a call that there was a baby transported from Georgia Southwestern to the emergency room, and I think it was Lieutenant Allen who informed me that initially he was told that the baby had fallen, that the baby was injured. At the time, didn't know the extension of the baby's injuries.
Okay, so there was an injured baby at the hospital,
right?
And somebody at the hospital had figured out, I suppose from talking to someone else, that the baby came from the GSW campus.
That's correct.
And jurisdictionally, what does that mean? That if the child, if something happened on the GSW campus as opposed to happening, on the street out here in front of the courthouse?
It's GSW's jurisdiction.
It's GSW's jurisdiction, right?
That's correct.
America's Police Department may assist, but you guys have sort of the primary jurisdiction over events or acts which occur on the campus. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so once you learned that it was a injured child at the hospital, what did you do in terms of taking next steps?
At that point, myself and another officer was Lorenzo Johnson was on duty at the time. I went to the hospital to start the investigation, And I sent him to the room and told him to secure it and not let anyone go into the room.
Okay. So you went to the hospital where the baby was.
That's correct.
But you told Johnson to go to the room that you believe that, from what you had been told, that you believe where something might have occurred.
That's correct.
Okay. And so where was that? What location did you send Johnson to?
It was at Southwestern Oaks Dorm 2.
Oaks 2?
Right.
That's OAKS, right?
OAKS,
Like
Southwestern Oaks.
Okay, Southwestern Oaks.
Right.
Okay. Southwestern Oaks in like the numeral 2?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And that's the name of the dormitory, or that is the name of a dormitory.
That's the name of the dormitory.
Okay. And did you provide him with any information about any, did you identify for him any particular room in the dormitory that he should take control of?
Once we confirmed what room it was, I did.
Okay. So you gave him a room number.
Right. That's correct.
Okay. After you got to the hospital and began conducting a preliminary investigation, I suppose, into what may have happened, did you do something else in connection with this investigation?
Once I got to the hospital, I did with the father of the baby, Mr. Williams, I think his name
Julian
was.
Williams. Does that sound right?
And Miss Poague.
Okay. But then you do something else in terms of procuring assistance from another agency?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what was that you did?
I contacted after speaking with Chief Lewis and informing him of the suspected injuries of severity, and we decided that to call the GBI to get assistance.
Suffice to say, you learned very quickly the child was severely injured.
Right, that's correct.
Whatever the cause of those injuries, you knew he was severely injured.
Right, well, the doctor at the time, Dr. Busman, came in, and I was him on the baby's father and Miss Poague of the baby's condition.
Okay, and once you learned that, you spoke to the chief and then called him the GBI.
That's correct.
Okay. What would have been your instruction, if any, to Johnson? Is it Sergeant Johnson, Officer
Johnson?
Officer Johnson. What would have been your instruction to Officer Johnson at that time about maintaining the control and integrity of the scene, the location that he'd been sent to?
Well, initially, prior to me leaving campus, I gave him those instructions because I didn't know the severity of it, and I told him to and let anyone enter the room. My instructions were to treat it as if it was a crime scene.
Okay. So sometimes you don't know if a place is a crime scene, do you?
That's true.
And so you make whatever provisions you can make to preserve it, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Was that essentially your intention in sending Johnson there?
That was my intention.
Okay. No further questions this time.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Officer Milledge, Dante Gamble, how you doing today?
Doing fine, sir.
Just got a few questions for you. First of all, you stated that Lieutenant Allen, you had a conversation with him early on, and that's what spurred you on to go to the hospital and that type of thing, correct?
Did have a conversation with him.
And Lieutenant Allen indicated to you that Mr. Williams had told him that the child had fallen, correct?
He said that they said that the baby fallen.
So you don't know if he said Williams or you don't know who said it, just they said it?
That's correct. So he was told that.
Now, when you got that information and then went to the hospital, realizing there was some injuries to the child, You had already at that time contacted one of your officers and told them to secure the room back where Trinity Poague lived?
I did that before I left campus.
Okay, so before you left campus, now when you got to the hospital, was Trinity Poague
Yes, she was.
and was Mr. Williams there?
Yes.
And of course, the child was there, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you had Officer Johnson back securing the scene per your orders, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as you know, he followed that order and kept that place secure where no one could go in it, correct?
That's correct.
And it would be fair to state that Ms. Poague could not have gone back at any time and tampered with the room from that moment forward, correct?
That's correct.
And so there was no possibility of someone coming in removing evidence, correct?
There should not have been.
And there should not have been any possibility of someone coming in and cleaning up the room or anything of that nature, correct?
That's correct.
And the purpose of that securing was to make sure that the only people that could go to that room forward would be some kind of technicians with law enforcement to collect evidence and that type thing, correct?
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, in fact, there was eventually someone who came and did that, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you weren't part of that, were you?
I was not.
And I know you had this initial part of the investigation. After that, you didn't do any follow-up interviews or anything like that with potential witnesses, did you?
I did not.
I mean, once you turn over to the GBI, is that you kind of step back and let them take over?
Yes, sir.
And other than that preliminary stuff, you would have no other hand in the investigation, correct?
Not directly.
How about indirectly? How would you have it there?
Well, I was interviewed by the GI.
And so they would get whatever information you got from that initial stuff.
Right.
But I mean, you wouldn't go out on your own and say, let me see if I can talk to some witnesses, let's say.
No.
That wasn't your job, was it?
No, it wasn't.
And the purpose of securing that room was to preserve that room so that evidence could be collected from it and make sure none of it was destroyed or tampered with in any way, correct?
That's correct.
No question I have.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
He may.
Lieutenant, you're free to go or stay. Mr. Lamb, you can call your next witness.
State calls Officer Lorenzo Johnson.
Officer Johnson, if you can come up here to the witness stand.
Okay. And if you'll just pause right there before you can have a seat and look towards me, please. Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the evidence you give in this case will be the truth, so help you God? Yes. Okay. Have a seat, sir. What is your name? What is your name?
Lorenzo Lar Johnson.
Lorenzo Lamar Johnson?
Lar, L-A-R.
L-A-R. Lorenzo Lar Johnson. Okay. And where are you presently employed?
Georgia Southwestern State University.
And what department are you employed in there?
As of right now, I'm in residential life.
Residential life,
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been employed in residential life?
A little more than a year now.
Prior to that, did you have a position in a different department at GSW?
Yes.
And where was that?
Public sector department, brother.
Public safety department. Okay, what was your position there?
Police officer.
Police officer?
Mm-hmm.
How long had you worked as a police officer at GSW? I didn't remember.
I came in 2022, I believe.
Okay. So as of January of 2024, you would have been there for a couple of years.
Going on 2, I believe. Mm-hmm.
Do you recall the day of January 14, 2024?
Yes.
And was there an event that happened at GSW that day, or an event that apparently had happened at GSW that day that prompted you to be given some instructions and to take some action?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me how you first learned of the event that had happened?
I believe we received a call from Chief Lewis at some point. Lieutenant Milledge did.
Do you recall if you might have received some instructions from Lieutenant Milledge?
Yes.
Okay. What instruction did you receive from Lieutenant Milledge?
I was told to report to Oaks 2 to secure the scene of the incident that happened on campus.
Okay. And Oaks 2 dormitory there, is that right?
Yes.
Were you given a particular room that you should secure?
Yes.
Did you go there after you got that call, that instruction?
Yes.
How long did it take you to get there? Get that instruction?
Less than 3 minutes. I would say less than 5 minutes.
What is involved in securing a scene, whether it turns out to be, whether it is or is not, or turns out to be or doesn't turn out to be a crime scene per se? If it is a scene of interest, what is involved in securing that?
Well, me, I would go to that scene and make sure there's no one inside that particular area. And at that point, I took pictures just to make sure that we have that particular scene photographs. And after that, I immediately secured the room with our emergency tape.
So you went to the room that you were directed to go to. Do you remember what room number it was by chance?
R158, R159.
158, 158, 159 are really the same room, right? I mean, it's the same suite.
Yes.
They have the same door.
Yes.
From the hallway.
Yes.
And then once you go inside the room, what is it? Just if you could describe for the jury, just sort of the typical layout.
When you're in the room, it's going to be a room to your left, a room to your right. Before you get to those rooms, you're going to have like a common area, like a sink and a red room.
You put these cleats on, we'll see what you got. I never seen nobody look at cleats like that. You confused?
Which foot does this go on? The New England Patriots. 6 championships, 2 decades of dominance, and it's not by accident. Around here, football is the focus. Day after day, week after week, you show up and you work. Or as Belichick used to say, do your job. From revolutionary roots to making history of their own, the Pats are more than just a franchise. They're a certifiable dynasty. Today, I'm with all-pro quarterback and master technician, Christian Gonzalez. Or as he's known around the locker room, Lorenzo. He doesn't yell, talk smack, he doesn't flex, He just executes flawlessly. And he expects the same out of me.
Go. He got a little speed to him.
My statue's going up there soon. You know how to play white elephant?
I don't, but let's do it.
That's mine.
You stealing?
That's mine. I cheated, but I got it. I suck. Trash.
Oh yeah, that's the one. Coming for your spot, Drake. Okay.
Oh, what? Oh, bang. That counts, right? How much do you believe in me? Like, represent the Patriots?
Probably not.
I'm a natural, you see. Pass me. Oh, drive.
Yes.
Oh, no.
We got this.
Oh, let's go.
Welcome to the squad.
Wow.
We come on, Hey guys, I'm Sapnap, gamer, streamer, and co-owner of NRG Esports, and today I'm here to see what it takes to represent the Patriots at the end of season Fortnite tournament. Let's see if I got this.
Hold on. What you doing here? What's going on?
I'm here to represent the Patriots at the Fortnite tournament.
Patriots in the Fortnite tournament. What you mean by that?
I'm literally going to represent the Patriots in the Fortnite tournament and get us another ring.
Oh, before you rep the Patriots, we got to take you through some challenges to see if you can do it.
Okay, if you want me to, we can do that.
Let's do it.
All right, I've got to ask you, what was like your I really made it to the NFL moment?
Sunday night, my rookie year. Got my first pick. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And that was kind of like the first time I was like, yeah, I'm really like in the league playing.
Did you take it all the way back?
Didn't. I caught it right away. But
Yeah. How many games was it in that you got your first pick?
It's my second game.
So that's pretty good.
With you doing YouTube,
Yeah.
what's the hardest that people wouldn't realize?
You wouldn't realize. The hardest part for me is that I like being on the computer. So like, it's hard for me to differentiate work from like just like play. If that makes sense. You know what I mean? It's like I'll be on my computer and I'll need to edit something, but then like games are on there too. You know what I mean? So that's kind of hard.
What'd you play as a kid? Did you always play Minecraft, or was it different games?
Well, it was like Minecraft mainly, but I'm super addicted to Valorant. You know what Valorant is?
I stick to 2K, Madden, sport games, Call of Duty, but
I used to play 2K. I'd make like a my because I really like basketball, so I'd make like a my creator, and I would just like pretend I was in the NBA.
Making my player.
Yeah, I do that in Madden too.
Yeah,
my Madden wide receiver version of me did not hold me.
You crazy? I'm that's strapped.
I was 99 overall. All right, I'm gonna need you to be honest. From 1 to 10, how much do you believe in me to like represent the Patriots?
I might give you a 3, 4.
3 or 4.
We gotta see what you can do. We gotta put you through some challenges.
Got to prove myself then.
Let's do it.
I feel weird stretching. I feel like nobody stretches. I don't even know how.
You look a little like you need some help, some stretch or something.
I'm not doing it right.
Let's get going. You can put these cleats on. We'll see what you got. I don't know. I ain't never seen nobody look at cleats like that. You confused?
Which foot is this going? My socks might be dirty. I don't know.
All right. Gonna do this first challenge.
All right.
This first challenge, we're gonna have to be starting here, sprinting down there.
That's easy. Just run over there.
Look. And you gotta backpedal all the way back. And we're gonna give you 25 seconds.
I feel like that's light. I got that. 100%.
All right, we're gonna see what you got.
And if I don't, I still represent the Patriots or what?
We got a couple of challenges before you get there.
Okay.
All right, on your mark, get set, go. All right, you got down there pretty fast. You have 5. All right, you got time.
I'll be the running back now.
You was moving. The first challenge always easy.
My statue's going up there soon.
He got a little speed to him. You got to work on the technique a little bit, but he'll be all right. Oh, looks like we got a Walmart haul.
Wait, did you know they're actually having Black Friday deals going on right now?
Right now?
Right now.
Wow.
You know how to play white elephant?
I don't. Let's do it.
On shoot. I'm going rock, by the way.
Say this.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. All right, I guess I go first. I want this box. Oh, and you could probably make good use of this. This is like a thing that like massages you.
I might have to steal that one eventually.
What do you think's in there?
Hands.
Hands.
Oh, I got me a little blender. Protein smoothies. Love smoothies. After workouts.
Yeah, I'm going rock again, so you know. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I lied. That's mine.
You stealing?
That's mine, so
I'll take this.
My smoothie.
I'll take a machine.
My smoothie maker.
So I open a new one up?
Yeah.
Let's go in here. Seemed like a shirt. A Pikachu.
It's a Pikachu.
It's pretty dope. Something I'll probably give my sister for the holidays.
That's because Walmart Black Friday deals are really high right now.
Right now.
Yeah. Final round. Let's do it. I'm going paper. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh, you went.
Hold them.
I'm not good at rock, paper, scissors.
My little sisters now.
Oh, you just.
That's my little sisters now.
You ain't opening nothing. Shout out to Walmart for all these gifts.
It's crazy they got all this stuff, other Friday deals on Walmart.com right now.
Do you want to get back to the challenges?
Yes, sir. Let's get it.
Every who and who knew Bill liked Miss a lot. But without help from Walmart, stress-free it was not.
I wish there was a way for Who Newville to get everything they need for the holidays.
Walmart's top brand gifts surprised Mindy Lou.
Walmart has it all. Who guessed it? Who knew?
Walmart has Tony's
And Nespresso?
even Apple? Who knew?
All right. We went through the first challenge.
Okay.
You showed up. Went fast.
All right.
Now we're going to go through the catch and drill.
All right.
I have you go through an agility ladder, do different agility, different footwork, have you come out, run different routes.
Okay.
We're going to throw a mix in there, see if you can catch one-handed.
Got all that.
See what you can do.
I'm catching everything.
All right, you ready?
No. I don't know about this.
Go. Oh, okay. Oh! Ah.
I'm going to show you a diagram, and I understand in advance that you didn't prepare this diagram. It was actually taken from the GSW website, but just take a look at State's Exhibit 1 and tell me if you recognize what's shown in that diagram.
Yes.
What is shown in there?
You see a restroom, bathroom to your left. You see a sink, vanity.
What that overall? What is that? I mean, is it?
That's the apartment.
It's an apartment or suite,
apartment.
and
yes.
Is that in one of the dormitories or?
Yes.
Okay. The layout that's shown there, is that the same layout as the Oaks 2 dormitory?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, will tender State's Exhibit 1?
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
Okay. We'll get some more detail about that later. I'm just gonna have him identify it because he's actually is from GSW. Well, I tell you what, let's go ahead and let you tell the jury what the layout is of that room, of that dormitory. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to display the diagram that he's holding in his hand or displaying in front of him. I'm going to display it up here so the jury can see it. That's okay.
Once you've admitted it into evidence, you can display it.
Thank you, Your Honor. And assuming that the TV is still on. Well, it's on that screen at least. Let me go up that far. Let's go back to right there. Okay.
All of us over 40, you don't have to get tattoo eyebrows. This works.
Can you tell us like the entrance door to this suite or this apartment is where?
It's Oak 2 building.
Okay, but where's the entry from the hallway into there? Where's the entry door?
It's directly in the front. I look right here. If you look at that your way, it's right.
You're talking about right here?
Yes.
Okay. So you go to the front door, there's some sinks to the right, and then a bathroom to the left, right? Toilet and shower?
Yes.
Okay. And then two doors that open into two different areas, two different separated areas, correct?
Yes.
All right. And is that the same layout as the room in question in this case?
Yes.
Or no? Okay. When you got to the dorm rather, what was going on at the dormitory?
When I got there, the room was empty. Both rooms was empty. One door was shut.
Okay, the door was closed and the room was empty.
The roommate door was closed, but that'll be the room on the right hand side.
Okay.
The other door on the left side was open.
All right. So the hallway door was closed when you got there. But then when you went in, the door to the right was closed.
Yes.
And the door to the left was open.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Was there anyone in the apartment or in the suite?
No.
How many people were in the area, like in the dormitory in general?
It could have been maybe about 2 students, and one was a RL, I believe. This was on the hallway.
So there weren't many people there.
No.
It was a Sunday, right?
Yes.
Was school in session at that time?
No.
On January 14th.
In session, yes.
School's in session, but of course not.
It's
on the
weekend.
weekend, right?
Yes.
Okay. So there were only a couple of people in the area.
Yes.
You took some pictures and then you said that you did what?
I secured the door.
Okay. How did you secure the door?
I taped it off.
And when you taped it off, what did you do next?
I stood at post outside the door.
Did you leave? Did you leave prior to the time that somebody else was there to take over the scene?
No.
While you were there, did anyone who would not have had authority to enter the room attempt to enter the room?
No.
You remained there until when?
I don't know the exact time. My shift ends at 6. I remember going back to the department close to that time frame.
Okay. You were there till around the end of your shift?
Yes.
What happened that led you to leave? I mean, that caused you to leave?
The GBI came.
Okay.
And also the next shift came also.
Who?
The next shift.
Oh, the shift came on.
Yes.
Okay. So the next shift came on and then the GBI came on.
Yes.
But you maintained control of that scene until other officers arrived, either from the next shift or until the actual GBI agent arrived.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yeah. Morning, Officer Johnson.
Good morning.
Yeah, hope you're doing okay.
Great.
I don't have a couple of questions, just to make certain. From the time that you came and secured that room until you left, can you state with certainty that no one entered that room?
The GBI entered that room.
But other than law enforcement?
No.
You kept it secured from all times, correct?
Yes.
And you were there very quickly after being called initially. Within 5 minutes, you were at the scene to secure it, correct?
Yes.
And no one was there then, correct?
No.
Now, you said you took some photographs, right?
Yeah.
What happened to those photographs?
They should be in evidence.
And you gave them to who?
I took them on our work cell phone, right? So that phone was downloaded. They downloaded the pictures, and it was given to Miss Donna Tissue.
And who is she?
She's the department administrator.
So she would have been with the Georgia Southwestern Police Department in some capacity?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Tissue. Donna Tissue, like, yeah, Tissue.
All right, any redirect?
Is it Officer Johnson, or, well, I guess, Mr. Johnson now?
I'm still certified, so I'm fine with that.
Okay, all right. What would be the purpose of giving the phone or letting the picture that you be downloaded by Ms. Tissue?
For the evidence. No, that phone was our work phone, so whatever pictures we take, we usually give it to the assistant administrator to make sure that she get those pictures off to be downloaded.
Okay. Is it your job to then turn those pictures over to, in this case, to the GBI, which was the agency that took over the investigation?
No, it's my job to do that.
Okay. So somebody else would have been responsible for turning those over to the GBI?
Yes.
Nothing.
Yeah. When you went in to take the photographs, I understand the reason behind it was to be able to show the condition of the room when you entered, to be able to say, if later you could look at it and see nothing to disturb, correct?
Exactly, because we were the first law enforcement on the scene, so that's what we're trying to do. Identify when we first got there.
But you weren't really trying to take photographs for evidentiary purposes to try to prove a case later on down the road, were you?
I wasn't, but I knew I was taking those pictures for some kind of incident.
Now, if there had been some kind of evidentiary value in that room, say a pool of blood or something of that nature, you would have made sure you took a picture of that, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't see anything visually as you looked in the room that would cause you any alarm or believe anything of violence occurred in that room, did you?
No.
Thank you. That's all the question.
Any other redirect? All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, yeah.
All right, Officer Johnson, you can be excused. You can call your next witness, Mr. Lamb.
State Police Chief Michael Lewis.
When it comes to great gifts, every detail counts.
Chief Lewis, you can come up to the witness stand and then face the district attorney before you have a seat. So.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear the evidence you've given in this case will be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat, sir. Could you tell the jury your name, please?
Michael Woods.
And Mr. Lewis, where are you employed?
Georgia Southwestern State University's campus police.
What is your position there?
I am the chief of police there.
Okay. And how long have you been the chief of police?
5 years.
Have you been employed as a police officer in other capacities prior to that time?
Yes.
And how long have you been a police officer?
My 30th year.
Your 30th year?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
In January of 2014, specifically January 14th, 2024. I said 2014. 2024.
Yes, sir.
Not 2020, not 2014, 2024. On January 14th, 2024, did you become aware of an incident or an event that might have occurred on the GSW campus?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you become aware of that?
I was given a phone call where I received a phone call from Lieutenant Timothy Allen from the American Police Department.
And what was your understanding as to where Allen was when he was calling you?
At the Phoebe Sumter Hospital here in Americus, Georgia.
And what did he, just in general terms, okay, what did he advise you of that in terms of this incident or event?
Yes, that had been an incident that had occurred. That a baby had been brought to the hospital. That was, I think he advised that the baby was unresponsive and that the baby had come from the campus of Georgia Southwestern.
If something had happened to that child on the campus of Georgia Southwestern, technically, what department would have had jurisdiction over that investigation or that incident?
Yeah, Georgia Southwestern would have.
As opposed to like America's PD or the Sumter County Sheriff's Office.
That's correct, yes.
Speaking of which, let me just be sure that I cover this now. Where is Georgia Southwestern University?
It's GSW Drive, 800 GSW Drive here in Americus, Georgia.
Okay, and what county is that in?
Sumter.
And what state?
Georgia.
Okay, and the Oaks 2 dormitory at GSW, is that dormitory physically on the campus?
It is, yes.
Okay. All right. Moving up. Okay. When you learned that there was a baby in the hospital that was unresponsive and the baby had been transported by someone from GSW, what steps did you take next at that time?
Right. Like I advised, I was actually off duty at the time. So I did advise Lieutenant Allen that I would reach out to Lieutenant Nathaniel Milledge, who was actually on duty at the university at the time. And I did, in fact, do so.
Okay. So you called Milledge, and did you give him any instructions or direction about what to do?
Right. So when I initially reached out to him, I reached out to him via my portable radio, which would kept Lieutenant Allen still on my cell phone at the time, and advised him of the incident. He advised me at the time that he was on the phone with Central 911, gathering further information about that incident.
So basically, he got the notification from two different places at the same time. From Central and from you.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So what did you instruct Milledge to do?
Of course, to go to the hospital and assess what he had and keep me updated.
Okay. Was that essentially to determine if there was a need for further investigation or whether it would in fact be under the jurisdiction of GSW?
Right, just to kind of figure out if the child actually came from GSW and kind of what was going on that led the child from GSW to the hospital.
Okay. Did you subsequently look at some video footage from campus?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And do you recall when you did that?
I did that on the day of the incident itself, on the 14th, I want to believe. That's Sunday.
And what was the purpose of you looking at video?
Right, just to gather some preliminary evidence, I guess, or to pass on to the GI, who was going to be actually heading the case by that point.
What were you looking at video of?
Of Oaks Dormitory, where Miss Trinity Poague was to have been resided at the time.
Did you prepare a schematic or an outline of various times of things that? Well, did you look at video?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. As you looked at the video, did you prepare a schematic or an outline of the various timestamps of when certain things happened at the dormitory?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. What are those things that happened that you note of?
Right. Just again, it was trying to look at a digital footprint involving Miss Trinity Poague, Mr. Williams, and the baby Jaxton. I think this is the baby's name. Just trying to create that digital footprint of them in the Oaks 2 dormitory.
Okay. So in other words, you were looking to see what time they got there, what time they left.
That's correct.
That sort of thing?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
This is going to be the timeline that I prepared the day in questioning about the video footage in Oaks 2.
Now that's a photocopy of yours. I mean, that's not your original handwriting.
No, it is not.
Okay.
It's a copy.
Can you look at it and tell me if it's accurate? I mean, in other words, is it the document that you prepared? When I say is it accurate, I mean, is that the document you prepared?
Yes, sir. It does appear to be my handwriting. Yes, sir.
Tender sex 2 at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor.
And if I could have just a second, Your Honor, to speak with Mr. Campbell. Your Honor. All right, Chief Lewis, I'm going to show you a thumb drive, a USB drive that is marked as State's Exhibit 3, and there's a little sticker on the other side that says GSW Oaks Dorm Videos 113-14-2024. Have you seen this before?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay, and what was the occasion? How is it that came to be in your hands to see it?
For what a DA brought it over to me yesterday, and I was able to view it again for the second time.
Okay. And Your Honor, for the sake of the record, what I will advise the court at this time is that is a USB drive that I actually prepared from the USB drive which was provided by GSW, and but it doesn't include much as the original one did. This includes what it's shown on that timeline, items 6 through 12 of the timeline, which covers the time frame from Saturday night, the 13th, at about 10 p.m. to Sunday afternoon. Did I say that correctly?
That is correct. 22:06 to be exact. 10:06 p.m.
10:06 is the time of the first video that's on there.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And so you reviewed that and made sure that I copied the videos that you had given us, or that you had given the GBI, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And are they all the ones that, not all of them, but the ones that I said are there? Are they on there?
They are on there. Yes.
Okay. Tender states 3 at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor. I'm aware that some that originally were on there are not, but they were irrelevant things that didn't pertain to this case, so I have no objection.
Okay, admitted without objection. Or the video is admitted without objection.
Judge, I'll give that back to Chief Lewis and display it to the jury this time, if that's okay. You hold on to that. Yeah, I need this. You hold on to that.
Okay.
And my computer will recognize the USB drive, then I'm going to play it for the jury. There it is. Okay. So what is going to be the first entry on here? What's the first thing they're going to see?
Oh, the first thing that you're going to see on at 10:06 p.m. should be Miss Poe, Mr. Williams, and baby Jaxton actually about to enter onto the hallway where Miss Trinity Poe actually resides at in Oaks 2.
Okay. So I'm going to put it up on the screen now. Okay. All right. So the time that is shown here, and I stopped it 1 second in, but the time that's shown here, or the date, is what?
January 13th. January the 13th should be what should be displayed.
Okay. And then the time stamp that's on there is what time?
Should be 10 p.m. which would be 22:06 is kind of how we did it. It was military time, but yes, 10:06 p.m.
10:06 and 19 seconds after, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. I'm gonna at this time, Your Honor, I'm going to play this clip, which is very brief. Okay. Now, the two people that are shown in this clip, or three people, I'm sorry, do you actually know who they are?
At this time, yes, sir.
At this time, I mean, do you know who they are?
I do. Yes.
Okay. Who are
they? Miss Trinity Poe, Mr. Williams, and baby Jaxton.
And who's holding the baby?
Miss Trinity Poe.
All right. Okay. So 10:06, they come in to the dorm. All right. Then there is a second clip. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And what is the second clip show? It actually encompasses two pieces of video. Is that right?
Still through January 13th should be Mr. Williams coming off of the hallway alone.
Okay. That's what's designated as item 7 on the timeline, right?
That I guess.
Then item 8 is what?
Mr. Williams returning onto the hallway.
Okay. All right. And at this time, Your Honor, we're going to play that section. Okay, so the time that he enters the hallway is 10 or comes out of that door is 10:29:28, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then when it shows him going back in, the video skips forward, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And what time does it skip forward to?
10:30 p.m.
10:30 and what, 35 seconds?
That's correct, 35.
Right.
Yes.
And that is Mr. Williams again, correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
All right. The next video segment on this thumb drive shows what?
That would be on number 9, would it be January 14th on that Sunday.
Okay.
It's going to show Mr. Williams leaving the hallway alone with what appears to be 2 trash bags in his hands.
Okay. And that, in what time is that going to?
11:55, 58 p.m.
All right.
Correction, AM, I apologize.
Oh, wait a minute. There it is. We'll back it up to the start there, okay? 10:29.
It should be on the 14th.
Oh, that's the same one that we were looking at. Hold on. Let me close that one. Okay. All right, and this shows Mr. Williams coming through that door at what time?
I got him at 11:55, 58 a.m.
Okay.
on that Sunday, January the 14th.
All right. And he's carrying some trash bags, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then did you watch the video to determine the next time that Mr. Williams was back on that floor or back on that hallway?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And how long was it until he returned to that hallway?
So about 32 minutes.
Okay. What time did he return to the hallway?
He came back at 12:30 a.m. What p.m.? 10:30 p.m. 12:30 p.m. I apologize.
Right. Okay. And so, Your Honor, I'm playing that at this time, and that shows Mr. Williams coming at 12:30:10, correct?
12:30 is correct. I'm returning onto the hallway with what appears to be a bag and other bags in his hand.
Okay. And so he goes down, goes through the door closes. Okay? And then what time does he reappear in this video?
I got 12:30:27 p.m. So that's about a month.
12:31:27.
That's correct. Yeah.
12:31:127. So approximately a minute and 17 seconds later.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to play that segment at this time, Judge. It's on the same track on this USB, but I'm going to play that segment now. And can you tell what he's doing when he comes through that door?
Yes, sir. He's actually has his child on his arm, in his arms,
okay,
which is believed to be baby Jaxton.
Right. And he goes out that door at 12:31.
31.
Okay. All right. And then there's a third segment on this same video file. Is that correct? That shows someone else leaving?
Yes.
Okay. What is the next segment on the video?
The next segment will be at 12:36:40 p.m. and Miss Trinity Poague leaves off the hallway.
Okay. And I'm going to play that segment this time, Your Honor.
At DQ, we're all about and. Like our new limited time crispy onion cheeseburger $7 meal deal with
crispy onions
And a fry for me.
and here's your drink.
And a sundae.
Try our new crispy onion cheeseburger $7 meal deal right now at DQ.
And that's 123642, correct?
42, correct, yes.
Okay. And then it's back to the beginning. Okay. Were there other entrances or exits by either of those two people to that dormitory on January 14th?
No, sir, it was not.
And you I mean, you know that because you reviewed all the video, right?
That is correct, yes.
I think that may be all I have at this time, Your Honor, with Chief Lewis, who could have just 1 second to confer. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Chief Lewis, I'm T. Gamble. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well, doing well.
Good. I've got a couple questions for you, and I don't know, you may not know this or not. I'm not sure, but you downloaded all of these videos to assist the GBI in trying to determine some of what happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
And turned that over to the GBI when you got through with it, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Now, at that time, did you know any of the facts or any information about what happened other than there'd been a child taken to the hospital with some injuries?
No, sir, I did not.
When you talked to, was it Lieutenant Allen that called you first to tell you about this?
That is correct, yes.
Did he tell you anything at all about what had happened at that time?
No, sir. He just told, well, he did. He told me that the baby had been brought to the hospital unresponsive, but he didn't tell me exactly what happened to the baby. No.
Did he tell you if anyone said what had happened to the child when they first brought him to the hospital?
No, sir, he didn't. He handed the phone to Miss Trinity Poague.
Well, let me ask you this. Since you have downloaded the video, are you aware of some of the circumstances concerning this case at all, or is that where you ended, was doing the video?
That's kind of where I ended it at, just doing the video.
Were you aware of the 1230 video that shows Mr. Williams going back into the Oaks on January 14th? At that time, he had been called by Miss Poague and told that there was an emergency with the child. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware when I downloaded the footage, though, but since we've had opportunity to look at the case, then yes, I was familiar with kind of what was going on at what point.
So you know that particular set of facts, at least there's some allegations that Miss Poague had called. The way that Mr. Williams found out that the child was in distress was because Miss Poague called and said, you need to come back to, and see about the child, right?
Right, I did learn that later. That's correct.
So you know when Mr. Williams entered the dormitory hallway, he was aware that Miss Poague thought it was serious enough to come on back and might need some medical attention, correct?
Well, one would assume. I'm not sure.
I'm going to object to going any further down this line of questions in terms of, asking what somebody told him is one thing. Asking him if he knows that he would have had or she would have had this information or that information at that particular time. There's no way for him to know because he's not that individual. It's hearsay. And
I'm asking about his information, just what he now knows about it compared to at the time. I'm not going to go any further than that part.
I'll sustain the objection to the extent that you're asking for any other hearsay information.
Won't be asking here, so I do have one follow-up. Did you find it to be, as you watch that video and you watch Mr. Williams enter that hallway, knowing that it's potentially an emergency, do you find it unusual to see that he is walking very slowly and doesn't seem to be in a hurry?
Objection, Your Honor, is asking the witness to characterize something that would essentially be a matter that the jury can observe for themselves from video.
Sustain that objection to him giving an opinion. Any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Judge.
All right. May this witness be excused?
You may be.
All right. You're free to stay or go, Chief.
Thank you.
Is everybody still comfortable? Do we have, you want to take one more witness before we break? Do we have a witness?
If it factors into that,
Yes, sir.
that determination, what I will tell the court is the next witness I intend to call is Agent Gibson from the GBI.
So that'll be a more lengthy
there will
witness.
be, I mean, I'm not going to say it's going to take an hour and a half or anything, but it's going to be lengthier than anybody we've had so far because there's a lot of exhibits that will be displayed.
Well, it's 11:45 then. I'm going to go ahead and let you take your lunch break. I'm going to let you go to lunch until 1 o'clock. Please remember my instructions while you're at lunch. And incidentally, you're wearing badges while you're in the courtroom. I think, do they take those? I think take them with you. That way people at lunch will know that you're on a jury. But you might encounter the attorneys outside and they're going to kind of step away from you and people associated with the case are. Nobody's being rude. They're just following the protocols, okay? And you follow to continue not to discuss the case, all the other things I've told you and cautioned you not to do. Particularly be vigilant about television or internet coverage. Just stay away from that for right now. All right. Thank you very much.
When it comes to great gifts, every detail counts.
This is? All right, everybody have a good lunch, and you're ready to proceed. All right. Mr. Lamb, you can call your next witness.
Say call Special Agent James Gibson.
All right, Agent Gibson. Agent Gibson, before you have a seat, if you would turn around and receive the oath from Mr. Lamb, please.
Sure. Yes, sir. If you would pause right there and raise your right hand, please. You swear that together this to be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Have a seat, sir. You state your name, please.
James Gibson,
Where are you employed?
Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Since 2015, right at 10 years.
What is your rank, your designation there?
I'm a special agent, and my job title is a crime scene specialist.
What is a crime scene specialist?
Primarily, what I do on a day-to-day basis is process crime scenes and deal with evidence related to crime scenes.
Do you have any specialized training in regard to the analysis and analysis of crime scenes and collection of preservation and collection of evidence and so forth?
Sure, I do.
Okay, can you tell the jury what kind of training you have in that field?
Right. So first off, in order to be a special agent, which is a sworn position, just like a police officer, we have to do the police academy, which when I went was 10 weeks. Now it's longer, but it was 10 weeks of classroom material training. And then after that, there's 7 classes that you can take to get a state certification as a crime technician. So I did that, which includes photography, crime scene, basic crime scene, fingerprint development, stuff like that. There's a bloodstain pattern analysis course.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I did, but I didn't mean to speak over you. Where were you employed when you first received crime scene training?
Sure. Before I was with the GBI, I was with the Columbus Police Department. While I was there, the first 3 years I was there, I was in patrol. And then after that, I was in the crime scene unit for 4 years.
And
that's where I obtained my crime scene certification was while I was with the Columbus Police Department. So when I came on with the GBI, I had already done that. When I came on with the GBI, we go through a basic agent course, which is in addition to the police academy. So there was that, which was, I want to say about 12 weeks for that, which is just how to be a special agent. And a week of that is crime scene preservation. After that, I went to the National Forensic Academy, which is a 10-week program, which is just doing crime scene. We learned bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction, photography, dealing with buried remains. There's all kind of stuff there that is all crime scene specific. After that, I've continued to take classes over the years in bloodstain pattern analysis, advanced bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction, advanced shooting reconstruction, advanced photography. In addition to that, I also teach a lot of those classes as well. So total, I've had about 4,000 hours of training in law enforcement, and about 3,000 or so of that has been crime scene specific.
And have you had occasion as a GBI agent? We'll skip when you were working in Columbus, but since you became an agent with the GBI, have you had occasion to investigate crime scenes of any sort?
Yes, sir. That's pretty much all I do.
And approximately how many different crime scenes have you been involved in the investigation of?
So it's difficult to keep track of a specific number. The number of death investigations that I have actually authored the report of being the main agent on death investigations is right about 200 now. I think it's 197. I've also been a part of a lot of other assault cases involving where, you know, somebody was shot, they didn't die, or something like that. And in addition to that, I've been involved in a lot of cases where I was not the primary on the case, but I assisted in some way in the case. So I've been involved in, as far as assault cases, probably, I'd say 800, maybe 1,000. I mean, crime scenes in general, it's been 1,500, maybe 2,000.
As a crime scene specialist with the GBI, have you had occasion to testify in trials or in court, whether in trials or in hearings? Have you had occasion to testify in courts of this state?
Yes, sir, I have. Okay.
Approximately how many times have you testified?
So before 2021, I was not keeping an accurate record of it. Since 2021, it's been approximately 20 times testifying as an expert in the state of Georgia.
And each time that you testified as a crime scene specialist, were you in fact qualified as and recognized by the court as an expert in the field of crime scene investigation?
Yes, sir.
Does crime scene investigation involve the on-site analysis and collection of items that may or may not be of evidentiary significance?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. And is that simply a part of the job that you have to look at the things that you find at a particular location and make a determination as to whether or not you believe they have evidentiary value?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, we would tender Agent Gibson as an expert in the field of crime scene investigation, including the analysis, preservation, and collection of evidence.
You wish to voir dire the witness?
No, no objection.
All right. Agent Gibson will be allowed to give opinion testimony in his area of expertise.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Agent Gibson, in January, specifically January 14th of 2024, did you have occasion to be sent to a location on the Georgia Southwestern State University campus?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you become involved in the investigation of that case that day?
So I was notified that there was a case on the campus involving a dead baby, a baby death case, and I was asked to come and investigate the crime scene there on campus. So I came to Americus, and that was my intentions.
Did you go anywhere else besides campus?
Before I came to the campus, I went to the hospital and photographed the victim at the hospital first.
In photographing the victim, did you notice whether or not there were any external wounds, open wounds from which the victim was bleeding?
No, there was some medical intervention that was still attached to the baby, and there was some bruising, some, I guess you would say, light bruising. It was difficult to tell, but nothing that stood out. There was no blood, nothing really that stood out. There was a couple bruises that I photographed.
Yeah. But you didn't. But there was no external bleeding that you observed.
No.
I mean, I understand you're not a doctor and didn't do internal examination or whatever,
Right,
but there was no external bleeding.
No.
Okay. After you took photographs of the victim at the hospital, did you go to campus, to the DSW campus?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you got there, where did you go?
Before I went inside to the dorm room, I went to the dumpster area at the dorm rooms.
Okay. And why did you go to the dumpsters when you got to campus?
In the briefing of trying to figure out what I was supposed to be looking for at the scene, it had been reported to me that somebody had come from the building and gone to the dumpsters and thrown something in the dumpster. So I went to look in the dumpster to see if there was anything of evidentiary value in the dumpster before I went inside.
Is that something that you would ordinarily do if you're advised that that someone who had been at the location that you were going to investigate, if you're advised that someone at that location had gone and put something in a dumpster, is that something you would ordinarily start there?
If there's reason to believe, well, you mean as far as doing that first?
Yeah.
Or
I mean, would you go to the dumpster, whether you went there first or
Right.
second? I mean, would you, is that one of the things that you would cover, one of the areas you would cover?
Right. Well, in investigating this case, just like any other case, I'm looking for anything that could have caused death to the child, or anything that could help us paint the picture of what happened. And so if I knew somebody is going to the dumpster, then that's a natural thing to do, is to look and see if there's anything in there that stands out.
Okay. And when you went to the dumpster, did you identify any items that you thought were of significance that to be collected? Collect any evidence?
To collect any evidence?
Yes.
No.
Okay. What did you do when you were at the dumpster?
So there was two dumpsters there. There was one on the right that was completely full of trash. The one on the left was not completely full of trash. So my thought was, if you're going to throw trash in there, you would throw it in the one that has less in it, where you can fit the bags in. So I looked in the one with less trash, and there was two white trash bags on top. I pulled those out to see what was in them. And in one of them, there was some food trash, like I think it was from Zaxby's, from a restaurant. And in that, there was a name on the receipt, where when you go and you order food and you tell their name. And the name on the receipt said Trinity. And I knew that the person's dorm room that we were at, her name was Trinity. So naturally, I went through that bag and photographed the items that were in that bag. There was a similar bag, same material, same color, same drawstring, had similar trash in it. And I took that trash out, and I say trash, I took the items out of it and photographed the items. There was nothing of significance that I knew of at the time, based on a new case that would help me tell the story of what happened. So I photographed the items and put them back in the trash.
Why would you photograph items if you weren't going to collect them preserve them in some way?
Well, I mean, first off, one of the things that we teach is a photographic record is preserving evidence, because by photographing it, now I know what was in that bag. So it does two things. It tells us what was in the trash bags, but it also tells us what was not in the trash bags. So, if somebody was to come back and say there was a gun in there, well, no, there wasn't, because I photographed the items that were in the bag. So,
in the process of doing that, did you see any dirty diapers in the trash?
I did.
Okay. Did you examine those?
I did.
And when you examined those, did you what did you find? What did you find when you examined the diapers?
Yeah, one of the trash bags had a diaper in it that had like a Mickey Mouse print on the diaper itself. I opened it up, appeared to have would look like urine in the diaper. In another one of the trash bags, it had 3 diapers in it that were wadded up. I opened those. 2 of them had urine and 1 of them had feces in it. So I photographed the diapers and along with the item back in the trash.
When you saw the diaper that had feces in it, did you see or have any reason to believe that you might be seeing any other substance in that diaper?
No, I didn't see anything other than feces.
See blood?
No.
Do you think you would have recognized it if there had been blood in the diaper, blood in the feces, or blood in the diaper itself?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever been in a position that you observed such a thing, blood and feces, or?
Not in a baby case, but I have worked death investigations where it ended up being natural deaths. Usually it's a medical problem where somebody is vomiting blood and blood coming out their bottom, and there's stuff in the house. There's feces in the house that's got blood mixed with it. And so I have seen that before. And the feces that was in these diapers just looked like a baby diaper feces in it.
If you had thought that there was any possibility that there was blood in the diaper, what actions, if any, would you have taken?
If I thought that it could have helped in the case, I would have collected it. That being said, I don't know everything that our lab can test. And I don't know everything that other labs can test. But in my experience, in other cases, like I know our lab will not test feces for like DNA or anything like that. I don't know what testing could have been done with it, but I didn't see anything that we could do with it other than collect. Sometimes we collect things just to hold on to it. But even if I collected it, I don't know what testing could have been done to it.
Well, why wouldn't you collect every single piece of every item that you observe or that you run across or that you see that might possibly be related to the case in some way, and worry about whether it matters or not later? Why wouldn't you just collect everything?
So in a perfect world, we would just take the entire dumpster and bring it back and keep it forever. And every other case that I investigate, we would just box up the entire house and take it with us. Unfortunately, we can't do that. That's not practical. So we have to try to determine what's important in the case. And I do, a lot of times I will find something that it may not mean anything to me at the time, but I know that it stands out. It may mean something later, so it gets collected. So there's lots of times in our evidence room, there's things that you look back a year or two later and you wonder why we still have that, because it's not evidentiary. But I try to err on the side of caution, but like in this case, 4 dirty diapers just didn't seem like something that needed to be collected in the case.
Did you collect anything out of that trash can?
No, sir, I just photographed.
Okay. So when you photograph something, do you, as a GBI crime scene specialist, do you assign each item that you photograph a photographic exhibit number?
I don't. When it comes out of the camera, it's got a number associated with it.
Well, what's the number that's associated with it when it comes out of the camera? What is that number? What does it represent?
The camera numbers the photographs in sequence, so each one of them has a different file name.
It's a file name, right?
Right.
It's a file name, or whatever, 123.jpg.
That's correct.
234.jpg, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you do anything in this case that was intended to demarcate or preserve the diapers as an evidentiary matter in terms of, giving it a special label, a special exhibit number, or did you just take pictures of them when you took pictures of everything else?
Right, I just photographed them.
Is part of your training designed to help you make those decisions as to whether or not in any given case and any given item may or may not be of evidentiary value?
Sure. Based on, I hate to use the phrase, but knowledge, training, and experience, my knowledge tells me when something looks out of place and to take that. My training tells me how to serve that for a case. In my experience going to lots and lots of crime scenes, there's things that somebody else may not see as evidentiary, or they may not think that it would mean something in the case. And based on the cases that I've worked, I may recognize that it could possibly mean something. And I take all of those 3 into account and try to determine what I need to take back and what doesn't need to go back. Because like I said, in a perfect world, we would take everything, but that's just not practical to take everything.
Is it fair to say that making those judgments and making those decisions is sort of part and parcel of your job?
Yes.
After you examine the items in the dumpster outside the dormitory on the GSW campus, did you go inside?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when you went inside, where did you go?
Room 158, I believe it was.
Okay. I'm going to show you I tell you what, I'm going to. I'm going to hand you a stack of photographs, and I'm going to ask you to look them over, and then I'll have a few questions about each one individually.
Sure.
That. Okay. Once you have a chance to look at I'm going to hand you a series of photographs that are marked as States Exhibits 4 through 19. And first, just take a quick look at those and then and tell me if you recognize what you're holding. Lose power. You recognize those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Did you take these photographs?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do each of these photographs fairly and accurately depict what is shown in them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And these are photographs for summary purposes, just from the outside of the door into the dorm room that's in question here. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then pictures inside the room.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, what I will identify each of them separately, and I guess I'll just tender them each separately, but without asking additional foundation questions. Okay. State's Exhibit 4. What is shown in States 4?
That is the I guess you would call that the exterior door for the dorm room.
Okay.
I don't mean to get ahead, but on the inside of that door, there are 2 additional doors going into the dorm room. So this was the doorway from the.
The tender States 4 at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor.
There we go. Okay. All right. Stage 4. That's from the hallway into the suite or whatever. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 5. What happened when you picture Exhibit 5? What is that?
That's basically from the same point of view with the door open, looking into the, I guess you'd say the common area between the 2 dorms.
And which is exhibited now on the screen here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you can see 2 doors there. I apologize, Your Honor. Tender States 5.
All right. Any objection?
Yeah, I do not object. If it was streamlined, I will stipulate that I have no objection 5 through 19.
Okay. All right. That'll ease the transition to, because what it is, ladies and gentlemen, the picture can't be shown to you until it's technically admitted into evidence. So I'm going to admit exhibits 5 through 19 into evidence.
And I'll just try to make sure that each one, as we go to it, that it's clear what the picture of.
I understand.
Okay. So 5 is showing basically from the hallway into the room, shows the 2 doors on the back side of the suite. Is that right?
Right. So from this door, there's a little like a common area when you pass through this door on the right side, there was a counter space. To the left side was a bathroom area. And then directly in front, you can see doors in the one area that lead to 2 separate dorm rooms.
State's Exhibit 6. What is shown in State 6? Look up there.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, since they're all admitted, I'll just put it up there instead of holding these up.
Sure. That is just that common area. You can see the counter on the right, and there's a bath mat, a rug on the floor. And then there's in the top of the photograph to the left, there's an open door, which was room 158. And then on the right was an additional dorm room.
Were you able to make a determination as to who the occupants were, the normal occupants were of each of those rooms?
Yes. The defendant's dorm room was the one on the left that had the door open.
Okay. So it's 158, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When it's shown in State's Exhibit 6, where you can see the bath mat, was there anything notable about the bath mat or anything of significance that you took note of, or potential significance that you took note of with regard to the bath mat?
There was one stain on the bath mat that appeared to be maybe vomit or something. It was very small, maybe 2 inches long and an inch wide. It was a very small stain.
Is it reflected in the photograph? Can you point for the jury to show where it's at?
I don't know that you could see it in this photograph. Because it was so small.
Okay.
And it's hard to see from here if you'd like me to.
Yeah, you're welcome to step in and see if you.
Okay, yes, it's right in the center, about the center of the carpet.
Okay. And sort of a brownish spot that's right in the center there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you, when you noted that it appeared to be vomit, did that prompt you to take that bath mat into evidence, to collect it and bag it and tag it, preserve it for testing?
No.
Okay. Why wouldn't you do that?
Because kind of like with the baby diaper, I don't know what testing could be done from vomit. So photographically documenting it, that it was there, I felt at the time would suffice.
Does crime lab test vomit for DNA, for instance?
Not that I know of.
Okay. State's Exhibit 7, which I'm about to display, what is shown in State's Exhibit 7?
Okay.
If it's easier for you to stand where you can see the screen, whichever one's easier for you to see, you're welcome to do that.
Sure. This was standing in the common area looking into the defendant's dorm room.
Okay. And then was there a point when you entered the dorm room that you were looking, that you were had believed or thought there might be an air mattress of some sort in the dorm room?
So the whole time I was processing the scene, I was in contact with the case agent who was giving me updates of things to possibly be looking for. In this kind of case, when there's not a lot of visible injuries on the child and it's very early on in the investigations, sometimes when you go in a scene like this, I can take overall photographs, but I don't know what I'm looking for. And so I was told something about an air mattress to see if there was a mattress, and I did find an air mattress and I photographed it.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 8 that is on the screen now, does that show the air mattress in the location where you found it?
Yes.
Okay. Where in that photograph is the air mattress?
It's the black item in the top center.
Okay. Did you unroll that item to determine what in fact it was?
I do remember taking it out. I don't remember completely unfolding it, but I did verify that it was an air mattress.
State's Exhibit 9, which is on the screen now, did you take that one?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And once you had determined that this item was an air mattress, did you believe that there was anything further that you needed to determine with regard to that item?
No.
Simply, we're trying to confirm whether or not there was an air mattress in the room.
Correct. And I unfolded it enough to determine that, yes, it was an air mattress. And at that point, I still to this day, I don't know what the air mattress, what role it played. It was more of a question of, is there an air mattress in the room? Yes, there was an air mattress in the room.
Okay. Now, let me show you State's Exhibit 10 and have you tell Julie what they're seeing here, please.
So when you come into the doorway of the dormitory, the dorm room, on the right-hand side, there was a desk that was against that wall. And this is just showing the top of the desk, items that are on the desk.
So you see the blue item that's sort of that's nearest at the bottom of the picture?
Yes.
What's that?
What I would call a sippy cup.
Okay. Now you have a case that's involving an infant. Why wouldn't you seize the sippy cup so that you can test it for DNA to determine if that is the infant's sippy cup?
Because I would expect it to be the infant sippy cup. There was no reason for it not to be there. I mean, there was a child in the room. To find items related to child was not, it wouldn't answer any questions for us.
Okay. You see there, it looks like maybe there's a computer in that picture right past where the Mountain Dew bottle is.
Yes.
Is there an item on top of that computer, on top of that black item?
The bags?
No, to the small red item.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, there was a pacifier.
Okay. Did you collect the pacifier?
I did not.
So why wouldn't you collect the pacifier so that you could test to determine if this is the pacifier that J.D. Angelus had used before he died?
I wouldn't have believed it belonged to anybody else. He was the child in the room, and it, in my opinion, it didn't tell the story of what happened to the child. By simply having a pacifier in the room or a sippy cup would not help me in my case of determining what happened to the child.
Is it fair to say that the significance of those items, if any, is simply that they show that a child has been in that room?
That's all that, in my opinion, that's all they showed, was that there had been a child in there.
Okay. All right. State's Exhibit 11, which I am about to display, that is State's Exhibit 11. Behind that computer where the pacifier is, you see a sort of a silver bag of some sort that's open there.
Yes.
What's in that bag, if you recall?
I don't remember the brand. It looks to be some sort of chips or something.
I'll show you States 12. Did you take this picture as well, Allison?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, right there where the bed is, you see that pink chair?
Yes.
Okay. Behind the pink chair, what is that green item?
Step stool.
Did you measure the bed to determine how high the bed frame, the mattress was off the ground?
Yes, I measured from the mattress to the floor, and it was approximately 40 inches.
Okay. Did you measure anything with regard to that pink chair?
I did. I measured from the seat of it, from the front of the seat to the floor, and that was approximately 13 inches above the floor.
So the bed was 40 inches high, and the front of the chair was 13 inches high off the floor. Okay. States Exhibit 13, did you collect the chair?
I did not.
Well, why wouldn't you collect the chair so that you can test the cushion to see if the child had left contact DNA in the cushion of the chair?
I photographed the chair. I didn't see anything that stood out as far as blood or anything on the chair. A lot of times in these investigations, there's questions about whether somebody fell off of an item or fell out of a chair onto the floor, and so that's why I measured it. And so that's all I did, was measure the height of it. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary with the chair, so it didn't get collected.
Is there anything about the chair that you think you, as an investigator, or this jury as a decision maker, is there anything about the chair that you think would be that you would learn from having the chair here in person to look at, as opposed to simply having a photograph of it?
No.
All right. State's Exhibit 14. Let's see. One picture too early there. We'll go back to State's Exhibit 14. What are those items that, well, first, let me ask you, what was the purpose of taking this picture?
So there was two purposes of taking this picture. First off, whenever I photograph a crime scene, the standard way to photograph a crime scene is before you touch anything or move anything around, make what we call overall photographs. You try to make sure that everything that you can see that's in plain view is in a photograph somewhere. So they're a little bit out of sequence as far as the way that they've been shown today, but I would walk in, I would show the desk that was on the right, the floor in front of the desk, the bed. This is looking to the left just inside the door to show what is in that general area. The second purpose of this photograph was there's gray bags on the floor that came from, I believe they were Walmart bags that were sitting in the middle of the floor. So to show the Walmart bags were in relation to everything else in the room.
Did you have any belief or understanding that a Walmart shopping bag might have some significance in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your understanding of what the significance of the Walmart bags was?
Sure. In my briefing that I got, trying to determine what we're looking for in this case, I was told that the father of the victim had apparently run some errands, gone to, I think it was Walmart and Pizza Hut, and come back to the dorm before finding the child in the room. And so these were evidence that he had been to Walmart.
When after you took this picture, you moved closer and take another series of pictures regarding the bag.
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Let me show you what has been marked as, or admitted rather, as States 15. Did you photograph that photograph?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And did you then open the bags?
I did.
Okay. And is that what is shown in States 16?
Yes. Yes, sir, it is.
Now, did you collect the items that were in the bag?
No, sir, I didn't.
You simply opened the bag.
That's correct.
Did you take another photograph, though, at the point you opened the bag? Did you think?
I think I photographed the receipt, more close up of the receipt after that.
And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as States 17. Is that the photograph you're referring to?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And that Walmart receipt, if you can read it from there, tell the date and time showing, that receipt was printed.
January 14th, 2024 at 12:14 p.m.
Was there anything about that receipt that you thought was significant?
Not with what may have happened to the child. It was just evidence that somebody had been at Walmart at that date and time and bought those items. So it may help tell the story of whoever was there at Walmart. But in my opinion, it didn't tell the story of what happened to the child while that person was at Walmart.
Even though that receipt might be important for the purpose of showing that someone had left that room and gone to Walmart, or maybe not left the room, but that someone had come to that room from Walmart. Other than that, was there anything of evidentiary significance about it?
Not that I remember.
Okay. So did you collect it for analysis in some way?
I did not.
You said that there was also photographs of a pizza box somewhere in the room. Is that right?
Yeah.
I want to show you States 18 and if you can tell me what is shown in States 18. There it is.
This was when you come into the room, looking slightly to the left, the little piece of furniture with the pastel colors with the drawers that was at the foot of the bed, and in the right hand side of the photograph is the foot of the bed, and there's a Pizza Hut box on top of the bed.
And then did you take another picture at some point of the box itself?
Yes, I did.
Is that what's shown in States 19?
Yes, sir.
And was there any reason to collect the item?
No, sir.
Simply wanted to document that it was there.
Correct.
Was there any item at the scene, in the dumpster, at the hospital, any other location that you attended? Was there any item that, in your judgment, was an item of evidentiary significance that you simply ignored or did not collect?
No, sir.
Nothing further of this witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination? Yes, sir. Recess so everybody can get comfortable. If use the restroom if you need to, and we'll come right back in at 2 o'clock. All right. We'll do the same. Mr. Gamble, you can proceed with your cross-examination.
Yeah, Mr. Lamb told me that he forgot to ask a question. Since I haven't started, rather than make him redirect, I agreed to let him go ahead.
All right, Mr. Lamb.
A couple quick questions, Your Honor, that a topic I meant to cover but did not. after you put the items in the dumpster, after you photograph, what did you do with them?
Just put them back in the dumpster. I put them back in the bags and back in the dumpster.
So you dumped them on the ground, took pictures of them, and then put them back in the bags and
put them back in the dumpster.
Put them back in the
yes,
dumpster. Okay. So did you ever take possession of them in the sense of bagging and tagging them and quote, taking them into evidence?
No, no, sir.
And when you made the decision that the dirty diaper did not have evidentiary value because there was no apparent blood or anything else to it, when you made that decision, were you anticipating that someday someone might make a motion to test the item which you never collected?
No. If I thought that there was any reason to ever test it, I would have collected it.
You would have collected it. Even if you didn't think that necessarily that we needed to test it, if you thought that it might be worthy of testing, would you collect it?
Right. I mean, contrary to what some believe, I mean, we don't work for the prosecution or the defense. We work to try to figure out what happened. And if I thought that it could answer some questions about the scene, I would have collected it.
Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
In a car for your next family road trip on the Turo app means extra fun, extra friends, and extra love. For all of life's extras, rent on the Turo app.
Hey, Jaxton, I'm T. Gamble. I represent Ms. Poague. How are you today?
Doing well.
And you said you don't work for the prosecution, correct?
That's correct.
And you've testified in court 20 times or more as an expert, correct?
Yes.
Tell me how many times you've testified as an expert for the defense.
I've been called once or twice, and they never actually have in court.
So you've never testified on behalf of a criminal defendant in a courtroom, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as the special agent that is here in the crime scene workup, I guess I would call it, you were called to the scene. Were you given some background information about the case before you got there?
Yes, sir.
You knew it involved a child that was 1.5 years old that had been had some traumatizing injuries, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think you've already testified that you actually went to the hospital and took some photographs of the child, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And I think you said earlier that it had some slight bruising, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would it be fair to state that on the torso of the child, from the neck to down to his hips, in that area, if you were just visually looking at it, you wouldn't see any real injuries, correct?
No, in fact, the two injuries that I noted in my paperwork was there was a small bruise on, I think it was the left cheek, and there was what appeared to be maybe a bruise on, I think it was the right side of the head, but the hair covered it up and it was difficult to see.
So it's fair to state that even the bruising that you saw was in that slight range that you described when you testified on direct, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so just in viewing the child without knowing anything else at that time, it wouldn't necessarily make you determine or think that severe injuries had happened to the child, correct?
I mean, other than the fact that the child was no longer living, and me not being a medical doctor, I was unaware of what could have caused the death. I mean, nothing stood out. Like, obviously, you go to a shooting scene and there's holes in the victim. None of that was there. So, I mean, I didn't know what caused the death.
But you have been to scenes where people have been beaten to death, have you not?
Yes.
And you've been able to see noticeable marks on them that will let you know as soon as you look at that person that, boy, that person had been beaten, correct?
Absolutely.
And you weren't looking at something like that just when you knew the child was not alive, so something had happened.
That's
But
correct.
there was nothing to view to alarm you to that range of just visualizing, was it?
Right. Based on my experience, there was nothing that I could see that stood out that would have obviously caused the death of the child. No.
Now, you went to the dorm room because I assume that the investigators or the rest of the people with the GBI had told you they believe that might be where the crime scene was, correct?
Yes, that's where the child came from. So that's.
Did they tell you they believe that was where the incident occurred when the child got harmed?
From my understanding, when I went, we didn't have any indication of where the child had been harmed, but that was where the child was taken from. So it was my job to go and document the scene as we found it.
And so when you went to that scene as a crime scene specialist, you wanted to collect any evidence that you felt like it had any bearing whatsoever on this case, correct?
Anything that could have told the story of what may have harmed the child.
Yes. One thing that you'd look for is to see if there was any type of item that might have been used as a weapon to harm the child, correct? And in taking evidence in and photographing, you didn't find anything in that dorm room that you believed would have been used as an instrument to harm the child, did you?
No, and like in this kind of case, anything can be used as a weapon, but nothing stood out as like a weapon that was used. And that was one of the reasons I looked in the trash bags too, was to see if something was in there that, maybe somebody out of the room. Because we see that in criminal cases where somebody will dispose of something. And I didn't see anything in the trash bags, and I didn't see anything in the room, no.
So you didn't, like a paddle or a baseball bat or something that would be used to hit somebody, correct?
No, sir.
And in looking through the room, you didn't find any blood evidence anywhere in the whole dorm, did you?
No, sir, I didn't.
And you didn't find any bodily fluid evidence anywhere in the dorm room either, did you?
Just that stuff that was on the carpet that was right outside that looked like it may have been vomit or something. I'm not sure what it was. It was not blood, I know that. But it was vomit, I'm not sure.
And that's the problem you have with that is that was not tested, correct?
Correct.
So there's no way for you to say with any certainty what the substance was that meant, correct?
That's correct.
And so that's just pure speculation of whatever it might be, right?
Right. I have test kits for like blood, and I can test it to see if it is blood, but there's no test kit for vomit.
Well, there's certainly test kits that do exist, or tests that do exist that could determine whether or not that was a fluid from a human being if it was done correctly, correct?
You'd have to specify the fluid from the human being.
If you tested that substance that was on that carpet and you asked someone, a lab, to test it for DNA, could they do that?
Probably not.
Do not think it could be tested for DNA?
You can test it, but you don't get a result from stomach contents. You don't get a DNA result from stomach contents. That's why you also don't get it from feces. So if we send feces to the lab for DNA, they send it back to us because it's typically not in the feces.
Well, you said you didn't take it in to test for whatever reason. You don't know for sure what the substance is, but we do know one thing. The rug that you looked at left there in the dorm when you got through, was it not?
Yes, sir.
And you asked some questions about the chair and whether or not you took it into evidence and did you get in and test it or anything, and you said no.
Correct.
But at the same time, that chair was still left at the dorm, was it not?
That's correct.
And you were asked about various other items that why didn't you take them in, or you could have taken them in, such as the items of cola that were on the table and those type of things. You still just left them there at the dorm, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, the one difference between all of those items and the dirty diapers that you asked about is those dirty diapers have now been disposed of and we don't know where they're at, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, these other items, if there was testing needed to be done or some reason to bring them in the courtroom for all practical reasons, we can still bring them in here and let the jury see them or test them or do whatever it is. Correct?
To be fair, I don't know what happened to any of the other items in the dorm room.
Well, obviously, if someone could have thrown them away after you left, correct?
Correct.
But as far as Trinity Poague, it's her room. If she wanted to preserve those items after you got through, she would have been able to gather them up and take them with her, correct?
Correct.
So if she wanted to bring that pink chair in this courtroom to show its height, she'd be able to do that, wouldn't she?
Yes.
The 40-inch bed, she would be able to bring it in, I guess, if she really wanted to, correct? Or show a picture of her measuring or whatever, right?
Sure.
But at the same time, you have to acknowledge when it comes to these diapers, they're gone, right?
Yes.
I mean, you throw them away physically and burn them, but you left them in a dumpster and they were picked up and taken off to the trash dump at some point, correct?
That's correct.
They're long gone.
Sure.
And you did know at the time that you looked at these diapers that sometimes there can be blood in fecal matter, didn't you?
Can be.
I mean, you've testified in some of your investigations, you've done that, where there was blood found in a human being from sickness or illness, and that was available, correct?
Yes.
And there are tests to actually check to see if there's blood in fecal matter. A hemoccult test can be done to test for blood in fecal matter, can it?
I'm not aware of it, but I mean, maybe it can.
You don't doubt that there's something available to do that, do you?
I mean, if I saw something in there that looked like blood, I could have tested it with the test kits that I have in my truck. But I didn't see anything that appeared to be remote close to blood.
Well, I'm going to hand you what I've marked first as plaintiff's defendant's exhibit number 1.
Sure.
And I've already given a copy to the district attorney. May I approach? Yes, sir. Hey, Gibson, does that appear to be one of the photographs of the diapers that you found within the dumpster?
Yes, sir.
And that's the threesome you talked about, the 3 diapers that you found in one area?
Right. There was these 3 were in one trash bag, and there was a single one in another trash bag.
So those are the 3 that were together, correct?
Yes.
Now, those 3 pictures show a diaper that's together that's, you can't tell what the contents are, correct?
Correct.
So that's how you originally found it.
That's correct.
But that is an accurate depiction of what you saw in photograph that day?
Yes, sir.
And is that those diapers the ones that were thrown back into the garbage dumpster and are now gone?
Yes, sir.
You move for defendant's exhibit 1 to be introduced in evidence.
You objection to exhibit 1?
No, sir, I thought it was admitted yesterday, actually.
Well, it was in our hearing, but
That's right. It was not.
All right. So
No objection.
It's admitted without objection.
You can show that, please.
Yeah. Yes.
So is that photograph I'm showing you exhibit 1?
Yes, sir, it is.
It just disappeared on me.
Jesus.
It's okay if you can't get it. Try to plug in your HDMI.
Do what?
Unplug the HDMI cord and plug it back in. So, again, that's the photograph of the 3 diapers that you took in before they were opened up.
Yes, sir.
Now, after you took that photograph, I'm gonna hand you what I've marked as defendant's exhibit number 2. Mr. Lamb, a copy of that as well. Does that depict, are you familiar with that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a photograph you also took?
Yes, sir.
And it depicts the diapers after they've been opened up, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
And I believe you testified 2 of them looked like they had some type of urine in them, correct?
Right.
But the 3rd diaper seems to have dark substance that appears to be fecal matter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree with me that it has a dark brown reddish color to it?
I don't see a reddish color. I see brown.
Would you agree with me that that is a coloration that does not appear to be normal for fecal matter?
No.
You don't find that to be in any way suspect that it possibly have?
No.
Now, do you agree with me, though, if you took it in and had it tested, you could positively determine whether or not it had blood in it?
Based on the testing that you recommended, maybe so. Like I said, I'm not familiar with that testing, but when I was there on scene and I saw it, it did not appear to have blood in it. Now, your duties as a crime specialist, I believe one thing you said you took 1 week of crime scene preservation, correct? You had 12 weeks as an agent, 1 week was crime scene. Well, yes, during agent school, there is 1 week of basic crime scene preservation. Yes, sir.
And I don't mean that's the only amount of crime scene preservation
Okay.
training you had, but I just mean that's one of the things you got, right?
That's correct.
And the purpose of crime scene preservation, as we've stated before, is to save anything that might have relevance to the case, correct?
That's correct.
And in doing that, would the axiom be correct that if it's in doubt, go ahead and save it each time?
Yes.
So you want to err on the side of caution, correct?
Yes.
But in this case, when you've got a dirty diaper that does have a bodily fluid in it, we know, that could possibly be tested by your own admission, you did not seem to think it was important enough to preserve it, correct?
Well, the testing was by your admission because I was unaware of that. But based on what I saw, I didn't see any blood in the diaper. And I had a kit on me where I could test for blood, but I didn't see any blood in the diaper.
Now,
or I didn't see anything that appeared to be blood in the diaper that I could test.
now you were aware that this case involved a child that had suffered injuries, correct?
Yes.
They told you he had suffered internal injury?
I'm sorry?
Had they told you he had suffered internal injuries?
They didn't, but I mean, based on not seeing anything on the outside, I assume it must be internal.
And in your training and your expertise in dealing with violent crimes over the years that you've been doing so, you're aware that sometimes when someone has internal injuries, they begin to bleed throughout the digestive system and it comes out the other end, correct?
It's possible.
And knowing that that's possible, you would certainly be aware that if a child has received injuries that are internal, there's some possibility that that child could be passing blood throughout the body, correct?
I guess it's possible.
And with knowing that it's possible, wouldn't it make sense for you to take that diaper in and to be cautious and not to err, to make sure that that evidence was available to be tested?
I stand by what I did. Did not see any reason to collect it at the time. If I knew this was going to be a question now, just like I would do with anybody else, I've collected things just because somebody thought that it may be important and it gets collected and nothing is ever done with it. But that was not important at the time and it was not collected.
And one thing, sure, there's no way for us to test it now, is there?
That's correct.
Now, in your testing, I'd already asked you about finding blood or bodily fluids and that type thing. Did you find any other type evidence there at the scene that would help you in any way to identify where any injury could have occurred to a child?
No, I didn't.
So in all the testing, you came up 0 for all of that, correct?
Right.
Now, did you look on the walls of the dorm to see if it appeared someone had been pushed against or slammed against or anything like that?
I mean, there was no damage to any of the walls or anything. I mean, if somebody had touched a wall, I guess somebody could have touched it, but there was no sign of struggle or anything like broken drywall or anything like that in the dorm room. No.
And no fluids or anything on the wall to cast suspicion?
No, sir.
And so from an evidentiary standpoint, nothing was collected that was really of any use to determine what happened, correct?
This was more of as far as what I was doing within the crime scene was a documentation type case where you go and photograph everything there, hoping that photographs may tell you something later with somebody's story, because there's just not a whole lot there that really looks out of place. It looks like a college student's dorm room.
And you knew that when you got there that the room had been secured, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as far as your knowledge was that from the time that that Trinity Poague had left that room to go to the hospital, from that moment on, she had not been back to the room, correct?
I was unaware of that. I know campus security is the one that let me in the room. So what happened between when I got there and when she left, I assume they kept it locked. There was crime scene tape there, but.
You saw nothing that would raise your suspicion that the room had been tampered with, did you?
No, sir.
Now, the allegations were that this was a violent injury to the child. Are you aware of that?
I mean, it would have to be a violent injury to call death.
Now, a violent injury like that normally would consist of some blood evidence occurring somewhere, would it not?
Necessarily.
But it could, correct?
It could.
And you didn't find any blood evidence in that dorm room, correct?
It's correct.
Now, there are ways to sometimes try to check to see if there's blood in a room when you can't see it with your naked eye, aren't there?
There are some different techniques, yes, sir.
And those techniques, you can put out luminol.
Yes, sir.
And luminol is a substance that you put out will glow when it's put under a certain light to let you know it's blood.
No, that's not how it works.
That's right. Tell me how it works.
You have to get the room very dark. You mix up your luminol, you spray it in the room, and blood and several other substances will actually luminesce. So you'll see them. The best way to describe it is if you've ever had a glow stick and you break open the glow stick, the stuff that's glowing on the inside, that's what it looks like. So it would look like that glowing inside the room.
So if you saw those glows, it might not positively tell you it was blood, but it would be a possibility it was blood when it's glowing, right?
Correct.
And I know I've seen, and I know with your crime technique, sometimes there may have been someone killed where a body was here, but the body's gone. Nobody knows where the body's at, but you go search the person's house, put luminol down all over the house, and lo and behold, you can almost see the figure of the body where the blood was, correct?
You can see a blood stain. If typically we use luminol or blue star is a very similar chemical. We use those two if there's suspicion that the blood's been cleaned up. Because if the blood is there and it hasn't been cleaned up, then you can just see it on the surface. But if somebody makes an attempt to clean it up, a lot of times the luminol is more sensitive and you can see where blood had been.
And that's how good it is. Even when it's tried to be cleaned up with some type of cleaner, it's still luminol will still point to you and blood was there, correct?
Yeah, the only downside to using luminol is it's so sensitive. Like I said, it also reacts with other stuff. It works with a lot of cleaning minerals and fluids as well.
And you didn't use any luminol in this room to try to see if you could find any blood anywhere?
No, sir.
That's something you could have done if you wanted to, right?
I could have.
When you searched the room, did you find in the room somewhere, I believe you found a bottle of liquor, did you not?
I did.
You took a photograph of that liquor as well, did you not?
Yes, sir.
You got a picture of that? I'm going to hand you what I've marked as defense exhibit 3 and ask you, are you familiar with that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And is that the photograph you took, the liquor bottle that you found in the dorm room there?
Yes, sir.
And you just took a picture and preserved it from the photograph, correct?
That's correct.
Left the bottle there?
Yes, sir.
Does the bottle appear to be full or empty, or what type fullness does it have?
It had been opened. There's still some in the bottom, but a lot is missing.
And you didn't make a determination, weren't responsible of the person that would go investigate to try to determine whose bottle of liquor it was or anything like that, did you?
No, I mean, it was in her room. So, I mean, you could place it as belonging to her, but in fact, I want to say I told campus security that it was there if they wanted to do something with it, because my understanding, not supposed to have it on campus, but it didn't mean anything to me in what had happened to the child.
I would move to introduce Defendant's Exhibit 3, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir. No objection.
All right, submitted without objection. Did you tender it to?
I don't know, but I would move to tender Exhibit 2 if I did not, Your Honor.
They're both admitted without objection.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
When you observe the body of J.D. Angeles at the hospital, I think I already asked you this. Did you notice any external bleeding?
No, sir.
Now, if you looked at a deceased person's body and there's a big gaping stab wound or their throat's been cut, and you see something like that on the person's body, would it be more important to you in a circumstance like that to say, well, wait a minute, we got to figure out where this happened, because you know there would be blood there, right?
Right. If I'd seen blood to begin with, and I'm looking for blood, like in the dorm room. But yeah, I didn't see any blood on the body.
And so if you don't see any blood on the body, I mean, that's not necessarily going to alert you that there may be blood in this room, is there? Is it?
I'm sorry.
If you don't see blood on the body, then there wouldn't be anything to alert you that there might be blood in the room, would there?
Right. And I mean, I still look for it. But as far as like going back and looking for possibly cleaned up blood with luminol or any other chemicals, it wasn't something that I did because I had no indication that blood was a factor.
If you observe anything that appears to you to be a blood stain, whether it's new or anything else, if you see something at a crime scene that appears to be a blood stain, what do?
I would document it and collect a sample of it so that I could see who it came from.
Are there some crime
watching
scenes
at
where
Southern
people
Center,
die
home of true
that
crime?
just
Smash
look
that
like
like
a
button
normal
now.
Yes.
Are there some crime scenes where people die, you can't find evidence of how they died in the room itself?
Yes.
Your observation of the child's bruises and so forth, would you substitute your judgment about the extent and significance of bruising for that of physicians who treated or examined the child?
No, in fact, I mean, my purpose for photographing the victim is to photograph it, showing the condition that it was in when I got there. When the victim is placed in a bag and goes to autopsy, and it may be the following day or even 2 days later, the condition may be slightly different, at least on the outside. And so I want to photograph that while the victim is there. It's the medical examiner's job to find out as far as internal injury or what may have caused the death. What I saw that looked like a bruise on the victim's head underneath the hair, I don't have a way of investigating to see what that is. I just document the condition that I found it. They would do an autopsy and determine if that bruise caused the death or if there's something else going on.
If Trinity Poague is in fact to the age of 21, then it'd be illegal for her to possess alcohol, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And that being a crime, why wouldn't you take this bottle and send it off for fingerprints to determine if she had ever held?
Because I was working a death investigation on an underage drinking case.
No further questions, Joe.
Any recross? All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
All right, thank you. David.
Thank you.
Mr. Landon, call your next witness.
Yes, sir. I'm going to just 1 second to kind of move some stuff around here. My next witness, Your Honor, is the father of the child, and I expect it's going to be somewhat. Well, I mean, I'm sorry.
But I'm going to let the deputy go ahead and start.
It's going to be lengthy, and I mean, I'm ready. I just need just a moment to move these exhibits off from here and get the next step ready. Yeah. So
Julian Williams.
Yeah, the state called Julian Williams next.
So if you come to the witness stand and face Mr. Lamb before you step up and receive the oath, please.
You can just pause right there and raise your right hand, please. You swear that the evidence you give in this case to be the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Have a seat. What is your name?
Julian Williams.
And how do you spell Julian?
Julian.
I-N or I?
Julian.
I-A-N. So sort of the normal spelling, or the
Yes.
conventional spelling, right? Gotcha. Okay. Where do you live, Mr. Williams?
Colquitt.
And how long have you lived in Colquitt, Georgia?
My whole life.
Who do you live with in Colquitt, Georgia?
Live with my sister.
And what's her name?
Ashanti Burr.
How did it come to be that you and your sister were sharing a house there in Colquitt, Georgia?
It's my mom's house. My mom got sick with cancer and I couldn't be with my son, so we bought another house and she stayed probably 10 minutes down the road.
Okay, so was your mom living with you and your sister before she got sick?
Yes.
And after your son passed away, why would your mom not move back to your house?
She was already sick and she wanted to stay in Damascus.
So she was living in Damascus?
Yes.
Has she since passed away?
Yes, October 14, 2024.
So you lost your son in January of 24 and then your mother in October.
Yes, 9 months apart, exact date.
How old is Ashanti Burr?
She's 23.
And how old are you?
25.
What's your birthday?
July 10, 2000.
Where do you work?
Steward Machine in Bainbridge, Georgia.
Steward Machine?
Yes.
That's STEWARD?
Yes.
Okay. What's Steward Machine? What kind of business is that?
It's welding business and paint business. We it's taking like for the state, federal job. We build bridges and dams.
And how do you build bridges and dams in Bainbridge, Georgia, to put somewhere else?
The bridges we tear down and put them on. They go by semi-load, and for the dams we ship them out on the water.
There's a river that runs through there,
Yes.
right? And
Yes, correct.
it's navigable. I mean,
Yes,
they can send stuff down to the port, and I guess probably all the way to Savannah, can't they?
Yes.
Or to Florida.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So, what is your job at Stewart Machine?
I'm a painter.
Okay. How long have you worked there?
Maybe 2.5 years.
When you and your mother and your sister were living together in Colquitt, who, if anyone, was the primary wage earner?
Me and my mother before she got sick.
And now that it's you and your sister living there, who is the primary wage earner in that household?
Me.
What's your sister do?
Oh, she's in college right now.
Who is Romeo Angeles?
It's my son.
When was he born?
June 25th, 2022.
And who is his mother?
Shayla Alondra Angeles Garnica.
Did you know that Shayla was pregnant with your child before the baby was born?
Yes.
And were you in contact with her? Were you
Yes.
just sort of being kept in the loop, as it were?
Yes.
When you found out that the baby had been born, what did you? Let me ask you this: where was she when the baby was born?
She was in Tallahassee.
When you found out the baby had been born, what did you do?
I was staying in Dothan at the time. I left Dothan and went to Tallahassee.
Okay. And when you went to Tallahassee, what did that involve? I mean, you're going to see your baby's just been born. I mean, what did you do? What did you see? What did you do?
I went to see her, see him, and she said she haven't named him yet, so we came up with a name.
Okay. So y'all talked about that together,
Yes.
a name?
Yes.
Okay. And what did y'all settle on as far as the name goes?
Jaxton Drew Angeles.
Okay. Jackson Drew, like Jackson.
Jaxton.
Jaxton, like
Yes.
Jaxton.
Yes.
Okay. And Drew spelled how?
DRU.
Are you?
Yes.
Okay. And did you believe that Jaxton Drew was going to be the baby's name?
Yes.
Did you find out at some point that wasn't his legal name?
After he was deceased.
Did you ever have a copy of his birth certificate?
No, nor social security card.
Who had those things?
His mother.
Did you ask for them?
Yes, several times.
Did you have any way of getting them without going through her?
No, because my mom looked it up in the system. She couldn't find Jaxton, so couldn't find it.
And who did the baby live with? Y'all called him JD, right?
Right.
That was the name that what he actually was called,
Yes.
right? Who did JD live with after he was born?
With his mom for like maybe 3 months. But in between that, I get him every week.
Okay, so he lived with his mother, but you got him every
week or two, every other week.
Every other week, okay.
Subscribe to @Southernson and hit the bell for when we go
Was
live.
there a time when the custody arrangement changed in some way?
Yes, when she said she was going to Mexico.
Now, why would she have been going to Mexico? Do you know?
It was for she got another kid. Her kids all in Mexico, and the birthday I think is in November, and she was leaving and said she'd come back in like January. And she asked could she take them, but I said no, I'll keep them till you got back.
So is she Mexican?
Yes.
Okay. And so she was going to go to Mexico, and that was when, if you
Early October. I mean late October, early November.
Okay, October or November of 2022. Okay, so JD would have been 4 or 5 months old, 3 or 4 months old.
Yes.
And then when she told you she was going to Mexico, and you told her that you didn't want her to take your son to Mexico, what did she do?
She told me I can come get him. So I went to Tallahassee and got him.
After you went and got him in Tallahassee, did you keep him more or less from then and for the rest of his life?
Yes.
Did he see his mother again?
Maybe
Or
3
did
times.
she see him?
Maybe 3 times.
Okay. How was it that she saw him later after you were the primary custodian?
I brought him to him. He had to go to the doctor, and she told me to bring him to him.
So you would take him
to Tallahassee to her, and he had a doctor's appointment the next day.
So she at that time was arranging the doctor's appointments.
Right.
And do you know why she would have been the person who was arranging the doctor's appointments?
I don't know. She wouldn't give me none of his medical records because he was down there with me.
So you didn't have his medical records?
No.
If he had been covered by like a state insurance policy, in Georgia it's called Peach Care. Right. If he'd been covered by an insurance policy in Florida, would that be a reason that she would have been the person who had to make those arrangements and so forth?
I guess so.
Okay. You don't really know.
No, I don't.
But she didn't give you the stuff that you needed to do yourself. And you took him down there 3 different times that you could recall for him to see her and go to the doctor?
Yes.
You are watching at Southwestern, home of true crime. Smash that like button now.
Do you know when the last time was that happened, or do you remember when the last time was that he saw a doctor in Tallahassee?
I know. I say it was like 9 months. Now I think a year old. I think she came and got him right after he turned 1.
Okay. So when he was a year old, that was, as far as you know, that was his last regular doctor's appointment. Who was taking care of JD at your house in Colquitt?
My sister.
And I guess, for lack of a better way of phrasing it, was she the primary caregiver for the child at that point?
Yes, because I worked all the time.
Did you know Trinity Poague?
Yes.
Was there a point in time that you became involved in a relationship with Trinity Poague?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me when that started, when and how that was initiated?
It was a on and off thing prior, but then we officially made it, started dating in June of 23.
June of 2023?
Yes.
And in June of 2023, you would have been, what, 22 years old?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know how old she was?
18.
Were you each aware of the other's age?
Yes.
After you started dating Trinity Poague, from June forward, what was the state of your relationship? Generally, what was generally the state of your relationship?
We had our ups and downs.
Do you recall how long you've been dating before you actually introduced her to your son, JD?
It was like way before we started dating. I introduced him like before we even started dating.
So before she ever started dating you, she knew that you had a son?
Yes, correct.
Had she met him? Had
Yes.
she seen him?
Yes.
After you started dating, were there occasions when she was in the presence of your son, or your son was in her presence?
Yes.
Okay. What were the circumstances under which she and your son would be in the same place, same time?
Like usually when I'm with him, when she was in college, I come see her and stuff with him sometimes.
Okay. So you came to Americas to see her?
Yes.
And sometimes he came with you?
Yes.
When he came with you to Americas, who was responsible for taking care of him? I mean, for changing his clothes, changing his diaper, giving him rest, giving him baths, feeding him, those sorts of things.
Either one of us either do it.
So she sometimes participated in that or helped in that?
Yes.
But was she expected, or did she have to?
No, she didn't have
do
to.
that all the time?
No.
Did she have to do it at all?
Not at all.
From your observations of her with JD, what was your impression of her relationship, or her view of her relationship with JD?
It seemed pretty good. Like she was always like happy around him and stuff. So I thought it was pretty stable, decent.
Had she at any point ever specifically told you how she, quote, really felt about your son?
She said it then. She said it maybe once or twice. You don't know if she could be with somebody that with a son. Then maybe 2-3 hours later, she's fine and like, I'm sorry.
So there were times that she expressed some reservations, like that she didn't know. You said that she would send messages or she would say something a couple of times that she didn't know if she could be with somebody who had a kid by somebody else,
Yes,
right?
and she also say like she'll treat him like that's her own.
And so besides those times when she expressed to you some reservations like that, did you ever observe anything about her behavior, her conduct, her attitude towards JD when you saw them together?
One time it was like a little incident. I addressed it with mine since then.
Okay. What was that?
It was November, in November, right before. She, I think I went to work. I left with her for the first time. I went to work and she texted me and my sister said she was cleaning up or whatever, and JD ran up behind her and she didn't see him and accidentally hit him with the drawer.
Okay. So in November of 2023?
Yes.
She said that she how was it that I'm sorry, let me back up and start, scratch that. I'm going to start up. What did you say a moment ago that led to her being in charge of him at that time? Where were y'all? What led up to that?
I had to work that day and she was like, I keep him or whatever.
So were you here in America?
Yes, I was in Americas.
And the baby was with you?
Yes.
And so why would she keep the child for you to go to work as opposed to you just taking the child back home to Colquitt and leaving him with your sister or whatever, as you might have on a normal work day?
She told me to leave him and just come back up.
So basically, she was going to keep him so that you could work and come back there the next day or whatever. That night.
Yes.
Or that evening. So you said that she sent you and your sister a message saying that what about the baby?
It was like a little bruise on his eye because supposedly she was cleaning up and opened the drawer and he ran up behind her and in the drawer hit him.
Okay. And she said that caused a bruise over his eye.
Yes.
When you came and picked up, or back up, I guess I'm getting ahead of myself. When you left work that day, what did you do?
I came back and got him.
Okay. Did you end up staying in Americas?
I think I went home.
Did you see any other injuries on the child at that time?
At that time, I just seen the little bruise above his eye.
I mean, how closely did you look? I mean, did you
I observed it and I looked. It was like I touched it and it didn't bother him or nothing.
Did you accept her explanation as to what had happened?
Yeah, she was like, I confronted her about it. Then she got all mad. Well, not mad. She's got started crying and stuff like she was sorry and she would never hurt him and stuff.
Do you recall any other time that, not the last time, but other than November, do you recall any other time that the child was hurt or injured while she was keeping him?
No, sir.
Did you ever see her do anything, in your presence?
No.
Everything that you thought was violent or whatever?
Like maybe raise her voice, like if you get in or something, but that's about it. She didn't do anything else in my presence.
What about you, Mr. Wade? Did you beat your youngin?
No, sir.
Did you ever hit him?
No, sir. Like a little pop, and that's about it.
Okay, when you say like a little pop, tell me what you're talking about.
On
What
his
do you mean
hand,
by that?
like tell him no, like that. It's on his hand.
Okay. How many times you reckon you popped his hand?
Not maybe 4 times.
Was that something that happened every day?
No.
Every week?
No.
Did you ever do anything to the child that caused your child to be injured in any way?
No, sir.
In January of 2024, did you come to Americas to see Trinity Poague?
Yes.
Let's talk about the week of, this would have been, like Monday would have been, say, January 8th, if my internal calendar is right. So like the week of January 8th.
Okay.
Tell me what happened week in terms of you seeing her at here, there, or wherever you were.
I came up, I think, on a Wednesday or Thursday. I came and we ate, and that was it for the day. Then the next day, I left, and I came back the same day.
Okay. Did you stay with her when you came up, whatever day that was, Wednesday or Thursday?
I think, yeah, Wednesday I stayed with her.
Okay. What was going on between y'all during that time frame, that week?
We argued the night I bought a hotel. I think it was on that Thursday.
So Thursday night you paid for a hotel,
right?
In Americas.
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you get a hotel room in Americas?
I think it was at the Hampton
Inn.
Uh-huh.
Okay. What did y'all do when you got back here from work? Were you working that week?
I think so.
Okay. So when you got back to Americas from work, what did y'all do on that Thursday when you were staying, when you had a room at Hampton Inn?
I think we went to eat. Then she came to the hotel. Then we got in an argument. Then she left. And in the process of her leaving, she got back up to the dorms and stuff, and she texted me and said she wrecked. So I leave and I come and she didn't wreck. I guess it was just to get my attention or something.
Okay, so she left the hotel, went to the dorm, and she told you that she'd had a wreck.
Correct.
And what did you do?
I left and went to find her.
And you said that she had not had a wreck.
Correct.
So what happened from there on Thursday?
From there, she went back in the dorms, got her stuff, and she came with me.
So she ended up going back to the hotel with you?
Correct.
All right. So then Friday, what happened on Friday? What'd you do on Friday in relation to you and her, in relation to each other? What'd y'all do?
I think we got up. I think we had a long conversation or whatever. Then said we'll fix things. We went and ate Zaxby's. Then I think I went home.
So you went home on Friday?
Yes.
Did you end up coming back to Americas that week?
Yes, Saturday.
Okay. What prompted you to come back to Americas on Saturday?
Saturday, she said, let's go eat. I said, where you want to eat at? I can meet you halfway. She was like, let's meet in Albany at Chipotle. Okay, well, let me go get dressed. She's like, bring JD. So I said, okay. I said, sure. She's like, yeah, bring JD.
So she suggested that y'all get something to eat.
Correct.
And then you told her that you had JD.
Yes.
And her response was
Bring
just to
JD.
bring him?
Yeah.
Okay, so you were going to meet her in Albany at Chipotle.
Correct.
And what happened when you got to Albany?
We met at Chipotle. We walked in, and they was playing. I had them in my hands, and they was playing or whatever. Then she got them. Then Chipotle didn't have nothing to me, whatever. So we went to walk out, and they was in front of me. So I hold the door for them, and another couple walking in. So I had the door, and JD didn't see me. He made a window like he couldn't see me. So he started crying. I got him. She got a little attitude and then got in her car. Then she said, we're going to Sephora, the makeup store. Then I followed her to the makeup store. Then we went in the makeup store and she got what she wanted. Then when we got out the makeup store, she was like, let's get us something to eat. I said, okay, cool. Then I put his, she told me to put him in her car. So I got him out of my car.
Why did she tell you to put him in her car?
She wanted him.
She wanted what?
Wanted him to ride with her.
Why? Did she give you any explanation? Did she say anything about it?
No.
Were you drunk?
No.
Had you been drinking?
No, I poured a cup. Soon as I put him in her car.
Okay, so had you been drinking when he was in the car with you?
No.
So then she said that he could ride with her.
Correct.
And y'all went from the makeup store
to McDonald's.
What'd you do at McDonald's?
I parked to the side and they ordered food and got it. And after we left there, went to crew to get gas. I filled up our car, put gas in my car, and I went to America's.
Did you order food for JD at McDonald's?
Yes, she did.
Did he eat?
She said he ate a couple fries. That's about it. But he ate before I picked him up from my sister at my house.
All right. So you got food, or you got food there for him. Did y'all not sit down at McDonald's and eat? Or?
No, it was already late, so we was trying to get back to America's.
Okay. So he was in her car.
Correct.
And she was giving him food in the car.
Right.
And she said he ate a couple of fries and that was about it.
Right. Then he was sleeping when we got there.
He was asleep. He fell asleep.
Yeah, when we got to America's.
So you got to America's Saturday night.
Right.
You know what time approximately?
It's like maybe 10:30, maybe between 9 and 10. I say 10:30 at the latest.
If the video from the dorm shows y'all walking into the dorm at 10:06 on Friday night, on Saturday night, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No.
Does that sound right?
Yeah, approximately, yes.
Okay. So you get to the dorm and you go in and what happens when you get inside?
I take a shower. Then I blow the air mattress up. Then
okay, where's the air mattress? Where's the air mattress come from?
At the foot of our bed.
Okay. All right. So you blow up the air mattress and you put it where?
At the foot of our bed.
And what were y'all sleeping arrangements?
Usually like one of us sleep on the air mattress with him and the other one sleep in the bed because the bed was too tall for him. So we never really put him on the bed unless we was both in there. Yeah.
So that night, who was laying on the air mattress with him?
Trinity.
What did you do after you laid down on the bed?
I was watching TV, then I eventually fell asleep.
Do you know if JD was asleep or awake when you fell asleep?
He was asleep when I woke up. I think I woke up again like 2, and they were asleep. And because I looked at my phone, she was on his head like 1 something, and they were asleep so I went back to sleep.
Okay. So you went to sleep and then you woke up.
Yeah, about 2 in the morning.
You said that at like 2?
Yes.
And she was asleep?
Yeah, they were both asleep on that mattress.
How long did he sleep into the next morning?
It's probably like 9:30, 9:45.
So sometime after 9?
Yes.
When he woke up Sunday morning, what was his condition? What was his demeanor, his behavior?
It was fine. About 9, Trinity had me on my phone. She got in the bed with me. She was still sleeping. Then when he go reaching for somebody, he'll make a noise trying to feel for you. And then I went down there to get him, put him between us, and he was fine. Then I laid him on my chest, and he was fine. Then they're like, what y'all want? Then she's like, pizza. So I ordered pizza, took a shower. I think me and her took a shower. Then.
Okay, I'll just stop right there. I'm gonna come back to the point right in just a second, okay? But I want to clarify a couple of things. Okay, so you said that she woke up and she got into bed with you.
Yes.
And JD was still asleep on the air mattress. Yes. Okay, so then you said you heard him. What happened that caused you to pick him up?
He make a noise before he start crying. He feeling, because usually he like sleep right up on you. So he feeling for somebody. So that's why I went down and got him.
Okay. So you picked him up. You said you went down there and got him. Was it you or was it her that picked him up?
It was one of us. I think it was probably her, I want to say.
Okay. So she got him, and this is at 9 o'clock or 9:30 the next morning.
Yes.
Sunday morning.
Yes.
And you got him and put him in the bed with you.
Yes, between us.
Or between you. Now, at that point, were any of you asleep?
No.
Okay. So you were awake, she was awake, the baby was awake. Okay. And so when he's laying there in between y'all, what did you say you did next? You
put him on my chest.
And then at some point y'all started talking about getting something to eat.
Correct.
So that's where we were a minute ago. You were telling us, or you said, and then they wanted to get something to eat. So what happened from there?
We took a shower, got him dressed, and I sat him in a chair before I got ready to leave. She gave him some Mountain Dew and like a Frito, like the barbecue twisted chips.
Okay.
And he was sitting there eating them or whatever. And I left, and when I left, I took the trash out because of what she had in there.
Okay. So you said that when she's there, after the shower, that you sat him in a chair. What chair did you sit him in?
It's pink. It's like a pink.
Okay. The chair that's like right there next to the bed?
Correct.
Okay. And somebody gave him some Mountain Dew.
Yes.
And what? Gave him Mountain Dew and what?
Frito chips, barbecue kind.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I was trying to flip with one hand and after that, just a second.
Okay.
What kind of chips were there this year?
Frito twisted barbecue.
Frito twisters?
Yes, barbecue.
Okay. Let me show you what's been admitted to states at 11. Can you see what you're talking about in there?
Yes,
in that picture?
Yeah, and the Mountain Dew.
Okay. The states 10 What's this blue cup right there?
It's sippy cup. That's what the Mountain Dew was in.
Okay, there was Mountain Dew in that.
Correct.
When y'all got in the shower, okay, so you said y'all were getting in the shower. Is that when somebody put him in the chair? You put him in the chair?
Yes.
Okay, so you put him in the chair when you were getting in the shower.
Yes.
And is that when he got drink and the chips?
Yes.
Okay, and where was he when you got out of the shower?
Still in the chair, watching the show.
Was he awake?
Yeah.
Did he appear to be normal? I mean, was he in the same condition he was in before?
Yes.
When you got, did y'all get out of the shower at the same time, or?
I think I got out right before her.
When you got out of the shower, what did you do?
Put my clothes on.
Did you do anything in connection with JD or?
Still sitting there, and I told him bye when she got out the shower.
And so when she got out of the shower, you told him bye.
Yeah, I said I'd be back. And leave.
And where were you going?
I went to Walmart get her some stuff for what she asked me for college, and I went to Pizza Hut.
Let me ask you, did you do you remember providing a video of you in the car with JD when you were coming up from Colquitt?
Yes.
You remember giving that to the GBI?
Yes.
Okay. And who was in the car when you took that video?
Just me and JD.
And what day was that?
That was Saturday.
That Saturday. And what's my next number? I'm going to tender at this time State's Exhibit 20, and I will represent in the court. It is the video that Mr. Williams provided to the GBI in connection with one of his interviews. And I extracted it from the report and downloaded it onto a separate USB drive for the purpose of presenting it in evidence.
All right.
And so I will represent that that's what, in fact, on this thumb drive, and I will enter 20 at this time.
Do you have any objection to 20? I assume you received it.
I do not provide it. Indeed, that is what is on it, and I believe it is. You know, I haven't really seen it, but
All right.
I know it's a tailored down from the total. But if it is what he represents, which I believe it is, I do not.
Okay.
Well, if it turns out to be something other than I said, then I will withdraw the request to put it in evidence. So, yes,
Sure will.
so this time, Your Honor, I ask permission to publish 20 to.
All right. It's visually admitted, so you can publish it.
Yeah. Big like the soup, baby. Let me stop there. Is this the video? Is this what I told the judge it was?
Yes, sir.
The video that you provided was you were in the car.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You and the child, right? Okay. So at this point, Your Honor, having confirmed that it is what I represented, then I will play. It's not long, but I'll play the rest of it. Big like. Big like it, baby, too. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Big like. Why do I have audio and no video up there? Okay. Let's try again. Yeah. Yeah. Big like soup, baby. Yeah. Big like it, baby, too. Yeah. Were you? Yeah. Big like soup. Were you on the phone or something? You're talking while you're showing this video of the child in the back seat. Who were you? Who were you talking? What were you doing?
I sent one of my friends.
Okay. Was it him? He sent it.
Snapchat.
Snapchat. Okay. And at that time, to your knowledge, did the child have any injury or have any wounds, injuries, anything wrong with him?
No, sir.
Okay, so y'all got on up to y'all got here to Americas. Went through the whole thing at the we're up to when you get out of the shower and you're going to go get some food. Before that, okay, when you were there in the bed with JD and with Miss Poague, did what number is that? Did she show you some videos of some sort?
Yes.
Hey, what were those videos of that she showed you?
She was playing with his handnails in her roommate's room, and she was playing with his, like redoing his hair.
Okay, so that was in. You said that was in her roommate's room.
Correct.
Okay, where was her roommate?
At work.
And were you aware that she had gone into the roommate's room at any point?
Yes.
Okay. So why was she in the roommate's room?
Because I was going to sleep. And she said she had him and she was going to go play with him.
So she wasn't going in there to put him to sleep. She was going in there.
Just spend time together.
So they could be up while you were going to sleep.
Correct.
Okay. When I met with you the other day, I showed you some videos and asked you if those were the ones that she had shown you. Is that right?
Correct.
Were they?
Yes.
And Your Honor, what I'll do is I'll state to the court that those videos were extracted from Ms. Poague's phone, and they were downloaded. Of course, they've all been served. I mean, everybody's seen these way ahead of now. But again, for the purpose of presenting them in evidence, I moved them onto a separate USB drive, which I am tendering in State's Exhibit 21. And again, I will make the representation that they are complete and accurate
All right.
copies of what was given.
Do you have any objection to 21?
No objection with the same caveat concerning the changing in the.
Well, what I'll do is I'll admit 21 and 20. If for some reason that changes, you alert the court.
Well, I will, yeah, the 20, I do not have objection to. It was fine.
Now that it's been played.
Okay, I was going to say 20 actually has been admitted, right?
It has, but I said provisionally because it was subject to him saying that that he agreed that was a copy of the video you identified. But what we'll do is we'll admit it, and it'll be up, if either of you do this, it'll be up to the other to let me know if it was not as represented.
Okay. So at this time then, I'm going to publish the 3 videos that are on State's Exhibit 21. And these videos, Mr. Williams, you said were done while she was in the other room, in Paris's room, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were going to sleep.
Correct.
When did you see them for the first time?
Like, see Paris?
No, when did you see these videos for the first time?
When I woke up the next morning.
Okay. And so these videos were made sometime during the night.
Correct.
Of January 13th?
Yes. January 14th on, yes.
The
14th, yes.
But you don't know exactly what time?
No.
You weren't in there when they were made?
No.
Yeah. That's what. And the second one, I'm playing it this time, Your Honor. Now, this video was done that night while you were asleep.
Correct.
Okay, so is that what the child was wearing when he went to bed and woke up the next morning?
Yes.
Is that the same cup that was sitting on the dresser?
Yes.
Looks a little bit green. Is he drinking Mountain Dew at 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a third one. There was another one, wasn't there? That showed him up just taking a few steps, walking. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna show that one now. One of the same ones she showed you from that night before?
Yes, sir.
And that's still in Paris's room.
Correct.
Does he appear in any way to be injured to you?
No, sir.
Does he appear to be behaving in any way that is different than you would normally expect him to behave, especially late at night?
No, sir.
Now, I think you said earlier the child had fallen asleep in the car coming up here from Albany.
He fell asleep in the car.
That's what I said. He fell asleep in the car.
Yes, correct.
So he had slept some already that night.
Yes.
Which might explain why he's still up when y'all are going to bed.
Correct.
So that Sunday morning, you left to go get pizza and stuff at Walmart, right?
Correct.
How many times did you leave the dorm room that morning?
No. When I left, I went to Walmart and a Pizza Hut.
Okay. When you left there, you came out, were you carrying something when you came out?
I had trash bags. I was taking the trash out.
Why were you throwing the trash away?
Because it was trash. It was like diapers and stuff she already had.
Okay. Was there anything in the trash that you, or to your knowledge, that anybody was trying to hide or throw away?
No, sir.
I mean, dispose of in some way to keep it from being found?
No, sir.
Just regular old trash.
Regular old trash.
Drink cups and bottles and wrappers and makeup wipes and
Correct.
diapers and so forth, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you aware that morning or anytime the day before or the day before, I mean, anytime, let's say that week, okay, were you aware of the child having bloody stool, having blood in his poop?
No, sir.
Did you change diapers?
Yes.
You know how to change diapers?
Yes, sir.
How many dirty diapers you reckon you changed in 18 months?
Hundreds.
And do you think you would have noticed if there had been blood in the stool?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything like that?
No, sir.
Do you know who changed his diaper Sunday morning?
Sunday morning.
Or do you remember?
After he got out of the shower, I think she changed him.
When she changed him Sunday morning, did she say anything to you about, hey, look at this, there's blood in this diaper?
No, sir.
Did she give you any reason to believe that there was anything that was abnormal about the way the appearance of the feces?
No, sir.
What was JD physically doing at the time that you left? The time you walked out the door and you said, bye, I'll be back. What was he doing?
He was sitting in a chair watching Kateri, eating chips and drinking Mountain Dew.
What was he watching?
Kateri.
Naturia?
Kateri. It's like a little kid show with birds and stuff. He was like fascinated in birds.
And I'm not going to worry about putting it up on the screen, but where in the I think there's a shot of that. Yeah, in State's Exhibit 12. Well, can you see the TV?
Yes.
Where is it?
Right there.
Okay. So you say like it's like on that, sitting on a black cabinet. Is that a refrigerator?
Yes.
Sitting on?
Refrigerator.
Right in front of the pink chair.
Correct.
Right? And that's where the TV is. So he was sitting in the pink chair looking at the TV.
Yes.
Was there anything abnormal about his demeanor when you were leaving?
No, sir.
Oh, in that 3 minutes or 5 minutes that you got out of the shower, 3 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever ahead of her,
correct.
You said, or I think you said a couple of minutes before she did.
Yes.
Did you do anything to harm JD?
No, sir.
So you left, went to Pizza Hut and Walmart. How long were you gone?
Maybe 30 minutes.
When you went out the door with the trash bags, was that the same trip that was that the same trip out the door that you left to go to Walmart?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you didn't go in and out twice.
No.
Okay, took trash out, got in your car.
All right.
Okay, so you were gone about how long?
30 minutes.
Where did you go?
I went to Walmart first. Then I went to Pizza Hut.
If the receipt in the Walmart bag, look at this. What'd you buy at Walmart?
Walmart, I got ice trays. I got Mountain Dew. I want to say Dr. Pepper. And I think it was like some Cheez-Its or something. The duo kind.
Okay. So you stayed 16. Is that stuff that you bought at Walmart?
Correct.
State 17 is a blow-up of the receipt or a photograph of the receipt was in the bag. Can you read the time on there?
The time.
At the bottom.
12/14.
12/14 on what day?
January 14th.
January 14th, okay. 12/14, sound about right?
Yes, sir.
That'd have been about the time you left Walmart?
Yes, sir.
So when you were on your way back with pizza, what did anything happen? Did you get any information? Anything happen in terms of Trinity?
When I was pulling back in on campus, she called me, and by the time I went down to the phone, it hung up. So
So you're driving. You said you were on campus. Where were you on campus when she called the first time?
I was probably just from the turn of the parking lot.
Into the parking lot for her dorm?
Yes.
Okay. So, and the phone rang.
Yes.
Okay. And what did you say? She hung up?
It hung up.
Okay.
Then it was followed by another call.
Okay. Then you got another call. How long was it between the first call that hung up and then the next call?
Maybe 30 seconds, 20, 30 seconds.
And when you got that call, did she say anything to you?
Yeah, I just heard JD. That's all I heard.
Okay, so she's calling, but she didn't actually say.
Yeah, I guess she was saying
something's up or whatever.
It just said JD. That's all I heard.
Just well,
Is anybody still comfortable? Does anybody need a recess? So make sure. It's been about an hour and a half. Okay.
Well, I was looking for something in particular. I'll find it momentarily. Okay, so she called and you heard her saying JD.
Yes.
Where were you?
I was getting out the car.
You were getting out of the car?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you? Was there a point in there where she told you that something was terrible, that something was going wrong, that whatever?
No, not on the phone call.
Not on the phone. Okay. So when you got out of the car, what did you do?
Opened the main entrance, and I sped walked and got into the second door, sped walked to the room.
Okay, so you got out of the car. Did you have anything with you when you got out of the car?
Yes, the Walmart bags and the pizza, and I want to say it was breadsticks also.
And so you got through the door because of the dorm, right?
Correct.
And did you then get some idea that something may be wrong?
I didn't know what was wrong.
Okay. So, but she called, you heard her saying JD. So
yes, I sped walk.
Okay. You mean sped walk?
Like walking very fast.
Okay, so you walk fast down the hall with stuff. Okay, you went through there and you went in the room. What happened when you went in the room?
She had him in her hands. It's like he's limp. I don't know what happened. So I threw the pizza, dropped it, and grabbed him and took off.
So she had him in her hands, and she said, "What?"
I don't know what's wrong. He's limp.
He's not.
Like he wasn't functional.
So you said you threw the pizza down. Where would you throw the pizza down?
On the bed.
And what'd you do with the Walmart bag?
I dropped it in the bed.
Okay. And then what did you do?
Grab him and leave.
Okay. When you grabbed him and left, where did How did you leave? Where'd you go?
To the emergency room.
Did you go by yourself with him to the emergency room?
Yes.
Do you recall JD getting sick?
Yes, when I got in my car and put it in reverse, he started vomiting and foam and blood started coming out his nose and it's.
So when you said that you were in the car, where was he? Did you take time to put him in the car seat?
No, the car seat was in that car. I left him on my shoulder.
Okay,
and I patted his.
You had him on your shoulder.
Yes.
All right, and he got sick, and what did you say was coming out?
Foam, blood, throw up the Doritos chips. You couldn't at all.
So get on your clothes?
Yes.
Did you stop, clean up, or anything before you went to the hospital?
No.
So you got to the hospital.
Probably maybe 4
what did
minutes.
you do?
I took him to the emergency room.
Okay. When you got to the emergency room, what happened?
The doctors or the nurses came back and got him, and they didn't want to let me back just then. Then that's when the security that what's going on. He stepped me outside and asked me what was going on.
All right. So let me we'll do that in just a second. So you said the nurse got him. How did she get him? What did she get him?
They put him on a journey. Like they told him and put him on a journey and took him to the back.
Did she take him from you?
Yes.
The nurse took him from you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then took him to the back.
Yes.
All right. And then you said somebody came around and said something to you.
Yes.
Who was that?
A security guard.
And what was that conversation?
He asked me what was going on and what happened.
And do you, what did you tell him initially?
And I told him I didn't know he was with my girlfriend. Then when my girlfriend got there, when she got there, she said he fell off a chair.
So when the security guard, when you say security guard, are you talking about Lieutenant Allen from the police department? I mean, he's working there. A black guy, not so big, wearing big guy.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but that's who you're talking about, the off-duty policeman who was
Correct.
there. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So you're talking to Allen. He says, what's going on? You said you didn't know.
Right.
And then you said she got there?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you physically located when she got there?
Outside.
And did she come up where Alan was?
Yes.
Where you were?
Yeah.
Do you know if did she go in the hospital first? Did she come out of the hospital? Did she stop anywhere else, or do you know?
I don't know.
Did you go in the hospital and get her or anything, or were you? How did she approach where you were?
She came. I guess she walked up. I don't know if she seen us outside or what.
Okay. All right. So she walked up while you were talking to Alan, and what did she tell him, and what did she tell Alan while you were standing there?
He fell off the chair.
At the first time you heard
Yes,
of him falling off a chair?
Yes.
So she fell off the chair, and Did some other officers come up there while you were talking to Alan?
Yes.
What did you say when she said he fell off the chair?
I said I guess he fell off the chair. I wasn't there.
So, did you have any knowledge of your own of him falling off the chair?
No.
Or him falling in the chair?
No.
Or him rolling off the bed or anything else?
I had no knowledge of that.
And so she walks up. Y'all have this conversation, continue this conversation with Alan, and then what happens? What y'all do next?
They let me go back and see him. Then they put me in a room.
Okay, so they let you go back and see JD.
Yes.
Now, did anything come up about you signing a release or you signing a consent to treatment or signing any document, anything come up about, your relationship with JD?
Yes. I told him I was his father.
Okay. Did they require any further
No.
information from you or whatever regarding that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right. So you went back to see JD, and where was Miss Poague at that point?
She was still outside talking to the officers.
Did she come in?
Yes.
Afterwards?
Yes.
Okay. Where did she go? You when she came in to where you were?
They put us in like a room off, like out of the lobby, but it was like a room they let us in and wait us to tell us the results or whatever.
Okay, so y'all were both in one room?
Yes, together.
And when you're in that room, where did someone come in to tell you? Did one of the medical personnel, doctors, somebody come in to tell you what was going on?
Yes.
Okay. When they came in to tell you what was going on, were you on the phone with anyone, or did you ask him if you could call someone?
Yes, I called my cousin.
Okay, who was your cousin?
Johnny, she's a nurse.
Why did you want her to be on the phone when they were telling you that what was going on with your son?
Because she was a nurse and she was like the last relative I talked to.
Was your sister then?
No, not yet.
Was she on the way? Did
Yes.
you notify her, told her?
Yeah, she was on the way.
Okay. So you did you do anything to make it so that Joni could hear what the doctor said when the doctor came in to talk?
Yes, I put him on.
And did you get a report from the doctor, and she hear the report from the doctor?
Yes.
What was, I mean, if you can recall, what was your understanding of what they had found or what his condition was right then?
A cracked skull.
Was there some conversation or communication about possibly transferring him to another facility somewhere?
Yes, I put him to Atlanta.
Did you set that?
Yes.
So did that ever happen?
No, when the helicopter landed, they said he wouldn't make it to the helicopter.
They said he wouldn't be able to make it to the helicopter.
Yes.
Okay. When the doctor was telling you the news about the condition of your child, was there something said by Joni that caused Ms. Poague to react in some way?
Yes.
Okay. What was it that Joni said that caused Ms. Poague to react.
Your Honor, I'm objecting here, saying that Jones is going to be testifying.
But, Your Honor, it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's simply offered for the purpose of eliciting testimony about what Ms. Poague's reaction was to the statement. Whether the statement.
Okay, I don't understand your argument. This is a good time to take a break anyway for the jury, so I'm going to let you do it. I will take this up out of their presence while they take a break.
Okay.
So I'm going to let the jury step out until 4:10. That'll be our last break of the afternoon. All right, go ahead and ask the question, and I'll hear the question, and I'll hear his answer.
Was there some statement made by Joni that caused Ms. Poague to react in some way? And he said yes. And then my question was, what was the statement that Joni made?
That's what I was going to ask you to answer that. The jury's outside of the.
Oh, yes. What was the statement that Joni made?
Someone's gonna get charged for murder.
Okay. And what was Ms. Poague's reaction when Joni made that statement?
She looked shocked and got up and called her parents.
Okay. Was that the first time that there had been any inference or suggestion, whatever, to anybody that there might be some criminal ramifications, legal ramifications?
No, that was the only time.
That's the only time. That's the time no time anybody say anything about legal ramifications.
Correct.
Yes.
All right. So what object?
My objection is it's hearsay, Your Honor.
What Jonah said is hearsay.
Correct.
Okay.
And for
Mr.
him to
Lane.
try to testify to what she said without her being present is hearsay.
All right, Mr. Lane.
Well, it might be hearsay under some circumstances, but it's admissible under, well, actually, I don't think it's in fact hearsay because it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. In other words, it's not offered to prove that somebody is going to jail for murder. It's offered to prove that Ms. Poague reacted to this statement in the fashion that she did, that she got up and walked out and to go call somebody, whatever. And it is, I mean, that's the purpose for which it's offered. It's her reaction that matters, not truth of the statement. And I'm not trying to prove the statement true. I mean, and in fact, as it turns out, the statement was true, but that's not the purpose of it.
All right, we'll respond to that, Mr.
That is the purpose of it, Your Honor. The purpose of it is to get in front of the jury that someone has said that she's going to be charged with murder, and then to try to that she had a reaction to it. But the entire colloquy requires one to believe that that particular statement was made exactly as it was made. So it is being offered for the truth of the matter asserted that that statement was made. And then he's trying to come in through the back door and say, but oh, it's only her reaction to that statement, so it doesn't matter. But in this case, it does matter because he's trying to present it for the truth of the matter asserted. If you're going to do that, it's hearsay, and you cannot bring it unless the person is going to be subject to testify, and we object.
All right, if a statement is relevant just because it was said as opposed to whether it's true or not, and then the state contends that she reacted to it in a certain way, I believe that is non-hearsay. And I'm going to look at that during our break at 8:01C. And I'll rule on that finally when I come back. It'll be in recess until, what time did I tell the jury? 14. Okay. All right. I'll make a final ruling on that when I get back.
Okay.
Your cousin's name is Joni?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. We'll be in recess.
You are watching at Southwestern, home of true crime. Smash that like button now.
I am going to admit the evidence. I think the statement is not being offered for the truthfulness. In other words, whether or not someone was going to be charged with murder, but the relevance is in the reaction if the jury finds that the reaction did occur, which takes it outside of the definition of hearsay under 801C. So I'll admit the statement. We ready to proceed? How much longer do you anticipate you will have with this witness?
But this witness, I would guess another 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
We don't have a deadline. I would like to finish with this witness tonight if we could. But if you get in a situation where you're going too long and you need to bring it back tomorrow, we will.
I've got 2 other witnesses that I had just told to stay here.
Just
so that, when we're finished with him, if you want us to call another witness, I'll have them. But if you're...
How long are those witnesses? Do you suppose?
I don't think that either of them is going to be particularly long. I mean, those 2 witnesses, they're 2 of the providers in the hospital, a paramedic and a nurse. I don't know for sure, but my part of their examination, I don't think will be very long.
Well, we'll see where we are and at what time it is when we're through with this witness, and then I may ask the jury if they want to hear another witness. I like to go as long as they like to go. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring the jury. We're not late like we did yesterday. All right, Mr. Lamb, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. William Brooke. The question I had asked you is when you put Joni on the phone and you heard the report from the doctor, did she make a comment of some sort to which Ms. Poague then reacted? And I think you said yes. Is that correct?
Yes. Sir.
Okay. What was the statement that Joni made
If
when she heard the report from the doctor?
If the baby dies, somebody's in charge with murder.
If the baby dies, somebody's going to be charged with murder. When that statement was made, did Trinity Poague's demeanor or expression appear to change in any way?
Yes.
How did it change? Like what was her her reaction to the statement, and then what did she do?
She got up and said, "I'm going to call my parents."
Okay. So did she leave that room then?
Yes.
From that point forward, was there another time that you and Ms. Poague were in a room or whatever together?
No.
I want to go backwards a little bit to couple of things that I don't think I covered in much detail. So let me go back to earlier. You said that week when you'd been in Americas and you stayed in her room, and then you'd gone to work, and then you came back, right? And then you got a hotel room on Thursday night, and you told about what happened there.
Yes.
Okay, so you said that y'all had been fighting, arguing throughout that week. What do you recall what it was you were arguing about?
It was an argument about she went out and she went to one of her friends or somebody else's room and they were smoking marijuana, and I didn't like that.
Okay. Was part of what was going on between y'all, was there anything that was going on between y'all that had to do with her not returning some phone calls or messages or something that you had sent?
Yes, that's what she was doing. That's why she didn't answer me.
Okay. So she was at a party or something and she was with other people and
Yes.
she didn't answer when you called her?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that when you didn't hear from her, when she didn't answer, you didn't hear back from her?
I was home at the time.
I'm sorry?
I was home at the time.
Okay. But I mean, what was your reaction to that? Did that, I mean, were you upset about the fact that she wasn't responding to or whatever?
Yes.
Okay. Did y'all have some kind of discussion about social media credentials?
Yes.
Okay. Snapchat credentials, or was it Snapchat or Instagram?
We had all out each other's passwords, and I asked for an Instagram password at that time.
So y'all had each other's passwords to
Correct.
your social media?
Yes.
So she could log into your accounts.
Yes.
And you could log into hers.
Correct.
Okay. But was there one account that she didn't give you access to or credentials to?
Yes, for Instagram.
Okay. Did she give you any explanation why she didn't want you to have access to her Instagram account?
She did, and we just argued. I was like, whatever, it's cool.
Y'all were just arguing about it?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do anything about the fact that she, for whatever reason, she didn't want to let you have access to that particular account?
No.
Was that part of the kind of the trying to make nice, make up, so y'all could, be away from the dorm and
Yes.
so forth?
Yes.
And were y'all back on better terms again?
Yes.
By the end of the week?
Yes.
Had she ever told you that she didn't like JD, or that she hated JD, or made any comments like that?
She made comments, but then maybe a few hours, she I always treat him like he's mine.
Did she make comments about whether JD liked her?
Yes.
Okay. What were those comments? What was her?
She was like,
statement?
he don't like me. I said, you got to give it time.
Okay. She said that he didn't like her, and you told her that she would have to give him time.
Yes.
Your Honor, I think that if I could have just a moment to confer with the folks at my table, please. Did you love your child?
Yes.
Did you harm him?
No.
Would you have stood by and allowed her to do so if you knew that she would or might?
No.
Thank you. That's what you want.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Young.
Yes, Your Honor. Good evening, Mr. Williams. I'm T. Gamble. I represent Trinity Poague. How are you today?
Doing all right.
Some questions for you, Mr. Poague. First of all, you've testified about, I want to talk to you a little bit about when you, last weekend when you were with Trinity and this incident finally ended up happening on Sunday, okay?
Correct.
Now, I know, first of all, that you arrived for the time with the child. The first time you arrived was on Saturday night, correct?
Yes.
Previous to that, the time you were visiting with Trinity was without your child, correct?
Yes.
And it's my understanding that y'all have been dating since June of 2023 officially. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you said something in your testimony when you began, though. You said, yeah, we began dating officially in June of 2023, but we've been off and on before that. Is that right?
Yes, like texting.
And texting, is that meaning like trying to get a relationship going?
Yeah, you can say.
How long have y'all been doing that before you became boyfriend and girlfriend?
Maybe a month or two.
So really only, if this was June, maybe April, something
Yeah.
like that. Had you known Trinity, though, for some time prior to that?
Yes.
But not in a boyfriend-girlfriend way?
No.
You first start dating, she is 18 years old, is that right?
Correct.
And at that time, were you 22 or 23?
22.
Now, when this incident happened in January of 2024, how old were you then?
23.
And she was still 18?
Yes.
Now, this relationship that you had, as I understand it, you would come quite often to her dorm and spend the night, correct?
Yes.
And you would do that during the weekday a lot of times, correct?
Sometimes.
So even though you're working out of Bainbridge, I guess y'all work all around, right?
No, I work in Bainbridge.
You work in Bainbridge, man. So you would come and spend the night at her dorm and then get up and go back to work in Bainbridge?
Yes, leave like 5 in the morning.
Okay. But would it be common for you to at least spend the night a couple of times a week on a weekday with her?
Yes, if she asks.
And that would be from August, when she enrolled in school, until that January, correct?
Correct.
And would it be fair to state that you average at least once or twice a weekday from August up until January?
Yes.
And in addition, you usually came on weekends, correct?
Correct.
And did you normally stay Friday, Saturday, or just Saturdays?
Probably just Saturdays.
So you would come spend the night Saturday night and then leave Sunday?
Correct.
You didn't spend the night on Sunday and leave on Monday morning?
Maybe sometimes.
So either way, it could be a one-day weekend or a
Or
two-day
2 day.
weekend? Yes. Was that almost every weekend?
Sometimes. Every weekend.
Well, I mean, sometime. Were there any weekends that were missed during from August until January?
Maybe one or two.
So one or two out of that whole time period you might have missed, right?
Yeah.
You were seeing it quite a bit, right?
Correct.
And we know most of the time when you came, you did not have JD with you, correct?
Correct.
So we know that when you came a couple times a week and on the weekends that you had left the child to be cared for by someone else, correct?
Correct.
and that would be your sister, Ms. Burr, correct?
Correct.
And so you live with Ms. Burr, and would it be fair to state that for the most part, Ms. Burr took care of JD day to day for just your regular things that need to be done for that child?
Correct.
And a lot of times she was alone with the child because you're with Trinity.
Correct.
And so you were letting her take care of the child, right?
Correct.
And you testified earlier that the baby mama of the child gave you the child or turned the child over to you, whatever you want to say, when the child was 2 or 3 months old, correct?
Correct.
She said, I'm going back to Mexico, and for the most part, she had the picture after that, correct?
Correct.
Now, at the time that she had the child, however, this child was born, the baby mama was actually married to another man, was she not?
Yes, after I found that out after he was deceased.
But you didn't know it at the time,
No, I didn't know.
but you know it now, correct?
Correct.
And you have never legitimated the child or anything of that nature, have you?
No.
So in other words, you haven't been legally declared to be the father, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever done a DNA test?
No.
But nobody's ever disputed you're the father, right?
No.
I mean, a baby mama admits and acknowledges your daddy, correct?
Correct.
But once you got the child, from the time that she left the child with you, am I right that you have not one time taken the child to see a doctor?
I haven't. I can go back to last give it to her mom or her. She got back in like February of 23.
You're saying a couple of times you took her back to see mama and she took her to the doctor.
Yes.
Is that right? Have you seen the medical records of the child that were obtained by the GBI?
No.
So you're not aware of how many times the child was at a wellness check, are you?
No.
And you don't know whether the child has been immunized for all the different things that children get, do you?
Yes, I know he got shots.
You know about some shots.
Correct.
Do you know whether he's up to date on the shots?
He was. I know for a fact he went his 9 months in a year. I want to say.
Do you know you've never taken him to a doctor?
No.
Now, on at least one occasion, isn't it true that you came to see Trinity in some fashion, y'all were meeting, or she was coming to you or you to her, in which you came up with the child without a car seat?
No.
You've never had a time when Trinity was mad with you because you didn't have a car seat?
No.
You don't recall telling anybody that?
No.
You wouldn't have said that in law enforcement?
No.
When you came on the video that you showed, or you were shown a little bit ago, you remember that one that you made? That
Yeah.
You gave to GBI? You recall that video?
Yes.
That video seems to appear to show that the car seat that the child's in is facing the same direction as you. Is that correct? You're aware that a child under 4 is not supposed to be forward facing in a vehicle?
No, I was not aware.
You were not aware of that? So that was not a safety concern to you?
No.
Now, on the Saturday that you met Trinity, I think you testified already that y'all went to Trinity, correct?
Correct.
And initially, you told her you were coming to meet her, and she did not know that JD was going to be with you, but you said, JD's going to be with me, correct?
No.
You didn't tell JD was going to be with
No,
you?
she told me to bring JD.
Okay, so you're saying she just said bring JD.
Correct.
That was fine with you, right?
Yes.
And that was an indication she wanted you to bring the child, correct?
Correct.
And you testified already that as far as you tell up until this whole situation occurred, that you felt like that she was all right with the child, correct?
Correct.
And most of the time when you would bring the child around her, isn't it true if y'all went somewhere like walking in the store, more times than not, she would be the person carrying JD?
Yes, she wanted to carry him.
She wanted to.
But most of the time I carried him.
And you didn't care if she carried him, though, right?
Correct.
I mean, I've seen several pictures. They always seem to show carrying out, correct?
Correct.
You saw the video of y'all going into the dorm on Saturday night. She was the one carrying the sleeping child.
Yes, because I carried everything out.
I understand. You had your hands full and you let her carry it, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have any problem with that, right?
No.
And you hadn't had any problems with that, right?
No.
And you feel okay with bringing the child around her, correct?
Yeah, at the time.
Now, the relationship you had, you've already described somewhat, is a volatile relationship between you and Trinity in the sense that y'all bicker and fight a lot, correct?
Correct.
And not bicker and fight, but there would be these declarations that it's over or we're breaking up for a little short periods of time, right?
Yes.
It'd be fair to state that most of the time when they said we're breaking up, that only lasted for an hour or two.
Correct.
And there was no real breakup at all.
No.
There's an old song called Break Up to Make Up. We all kind of live in a relationship like that.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, y'all were together, then you'd say we're breaking up, then you'd say we're
Yes.
back together, right?
Yeah.
And y'all had a lot of fussing going on. A lot of it was because she was not happy with what she considered to be you wanting to control everything she did, correct?
No.
You don't agree that you were requiring her to let you know where she was at all times?
No, I did not require her every time.
You demand when you text her that you expect her to text back right away to know that she got the text and know what she was doing?
Yes.
You did that. And you wanted all of her passcodes to all of her accounts, correct?
She wanted mine first, so I gave her mine. She gave me hers.
But you wanted her, right?
She wanted mine first.
You didn't like it when she wouldn't give you one of them, or you thought she wouldn't give it, correct?
Yeah, she didn't give it.
And y'all fussed and fought about that, correct? And there were other times that y'all argued because of you being unhappy that she had gone to a party or gone someplace where there were a girlfriend that had boyfriends or things like that, and you thought she was around other guys, correct?
No.
You never had those kind of jealousies?
No.
Never had those arguments?
No.
But you did do a lot of arguing nevertheless, right?
Correct.
And one of the things that you also were told by Trinity to some extent was, although she was in a relationship with you, she would have preferred not to have a child because you already had a child and it was not hers, correct?
Correct.
She was saying she didn't like JD as much as she was saying that she wanted to have a child of her own, correct?
Correct.
And she never expressed to you, I think you told some of the people that interviewed you, she never expressed to you that she didn't like JD, correct?
No.
Now, she did express she thought JD didn't like her, right?
Yes.
And you told her, give it some time, right?
Correct.
And it's fair to state that y'all had not been around each other, or Trinity and the child had not been around each other a whole lot, even in January. They've been around several times, but it had not been a lot of times, had it?
I'd say about at least 10 times. They've seen each other.
10 total times.
Maybe that's the minimum.
And you were comfortable with those times, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you went to the hospital that night with the child, isn't it true that when you saw the hospital personnel, that you told them that your child had fallen only 5 minutes prior to arriving at the hospital?
No.
Do you have any explanation for why that notation would have been contained within the hospital records of your child?
It calls for this week to speculate about why a record would say something. I mean, he can put in the record of the record.
Mr. Janner, what's your response to that?
My response is he can answer the question if he has any reason to know anybody do that. He can say no or yes, John.
I'll allow him to answer the question.
Repeat it.
Do you know any reason why the hospital records of your son at the hospital would have a notation saying that you had said that?
Yes.
Why would it say that?
Because she told the officer that. That's what she told me.
Confuse you with her?
No, but she told me an officer that, so that's what I was told.
Did you also tell Lieutenant Allen that the child had failed?
Yes.
You did tell her.
After she told me.
Now, on the day of Sunday, when this event occurred, you testified about how y'all woke up in the morning, correct?
Correct.
And then y'all were all together for a bit. And you said you put JD on your chest, correct?
Correct.
And I don't know how long that would be, but I assume that, like most folks, you do that, but you don't last a long, long time. Was that just for a short period of time they laid on your chest?
Yeah, a short period of time.
And you said that y'all discussed a few things and then ordered some pizza, correct?
Correct.
So we can know if the time frame for that would have had to have been getting close to 11:30 o'clock, correct?
Correct.
Because we know that you left to go get the pizza sometime like that right before 12, correct?
Correct.
And I assume you had enough time to feel like that the order would be filled when you got there, right?
Correct.
And you also said one other thing that you had talked about it and then ordered the pizza. And then y'all went and got up and took a shower together, correct?
Correct.
So that would have been before you went to get the pizza, you took a shower, correct?
Correct.
But after you ordered the pizza, right?
Yes.
So the time that it took to take a shower would have been time that the pizza would be prepared, correct?
Correct.
And then when you took the shower, as I understand it, you got out a little bit before she did, correct?
Correct.
You even stated that you were there with the child and you were going to tell the child bye, but you told the child bye after you were waiting to get out of the shower.
Subscribe
When she
to
got out
at
of the shower,
Southwestern
then
and
you
hit the
told him
bell
bye.
for when
Yes,
we go
correct,
live.
Correct.
Now, isn't it true that once she got
You
out
are
of the
watching at
shower, that you were
Southwestern,
there
home
holding
of
the
true
child and the child was
crime.
crying?
Smash
at
that
time?
like button now.
You don't recall the time when the child was crying there that morning?
No.
You don't know anything about that?
No.
What about crying the night before Saturday night? You know anything about the child crying Saturday night?
Supposedly cried around 12.
But you don't know that, do you?
No, I got up like 2.
But your testimony, or at least your statements that maybe have been made to other individuals, indicate that you didn't know that the child was crying 12 o'clock or whatever time it was, correct?
Correct.
You didn't wake up, did you?
No.
Now, when you went to bed Saturday night, you went to bed before anyone else did.
Yeah, like 11.
You go to bed at 11, but that leaves Trinity and the child up, correct?
Correct.
And you had been drinking at that time, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you were drinking a particular type of liquor, were you not?
Correct.
You were drinking rum?
Yes.
What kind of rum were you drinking?
Bamboo.
And is that the type of rum that was in the room there where Trinity lived?
Yes.
And that bottle was almost finished by the night, was it not?
I didn't buy that bottle that day.
I'm not asking you if you bought the bottle.
Yes.
But it
Yes.
was finished, right?
Correct.
And that was your bottle, correct?
Correct.
In fact, Trinity doesn't drink, does she?
Yes, she does.
What does she drink?
She drank White Claws. She drank, at the time, I think she was maybe drinking margaritas.
She didn't drink any of that rum, did you?
That I know of.
And you testified earlier, I believe, that you did have that rum with you when you arrived on Saturday night, correct?
Correct.
And you had it with you when you arrived with the child to meet her at Chipotle, correct?
Correct.
But your statement was you didn't start drinking from it until y'all went to change the child over. Is that what
Correct.
you said?
I poured the cup on top of the car.
So that was the first time you started drinking.
Yes.
But y'all decided to go ahead and move the car seat out of your car into her car, correct?
Correct.
And move the child from your car to her car, correct?
Correct.
So y'all could then drive to Sumter County, correct?
Correct.
But it didn't have anything to do with the fact you'd already been drinking.
I started drinking after he was out my car. I poured the cup after he was in her car.
Now, you testified, I believe, earlier that although you had never hurt the child, that you were okay with certain corporal punishment like popping him on the hand, correct?
Correct.
That was all right with you.
Correct.
And so it was all right with you if Trinity would do that as well?
No.
Just you.
No, correct.
And I'm not saying you were abusing the child by doing that, but if he
No.
did something you didn't like, you pop him on the hand and say no, I guess.
Correct.
Right? That was your form of punishment.
Correct.
Now, when you went out on Saturday night and you were at Chipotle and then you ended up going to McDonald's, you acknowledged that from all accounts that your child either ate nothing or only ate a couple of French fries, correct?
He ate before he left.
Before he left, he still at McDonald's ate nothing, correct?
He ate fries.
Very few fries. You said
Correct.
a couple. When you got up on Sunday morning, do you allege that he ate anything that day?
Yes, he was eating Fritos right after I was going to get pizza.
So you believe he was actually eating Fritos?
Yeah, he was.
So that should show up in his stomach content if they
Correct.
check
It was
on
all
the
over my.
test.
Your Honor, requires witness to speculate about something that he couldn't possibly know the medical answer to.
Not a medical question, Your Honor.
Well, if you can lay the basis for his knowledge, I'll let you ask him. Otherwise, I think that would probably be left to the doctor.
Mr. Williams, or have you watched people eat in the past in your lifetime?
Yes.
Have you watched your child eat in the past?
Yes.
Have you watched yourself eat?
Yes.
And when you ingest food, does it normally go into your mouth?
Correct.
Where does it go after it goes from your mouth?
Stomach.
And you would expect if someone was eating, would you not, for the contents of what they were eating to end up in the person's stomach?
Correct. It was all over my shirt. I still got a shirt at the house.
Well, the shirt you say he threw up on, correct?
Correct. Shirt and jacket.
Now that shirt and jacket, did the Georgia Bureau of Investigation take that shirt and jacket into evidence?
No, it's still sitting at the end of my bed, never been washed.
Did they ever ask you anything about it?
No.
on the day when you were at the hospital, did the GBI ask you anything about this supposed stuff that's on your coat and shirt?
No, there's
No one has asked you, have they?
no.
Now, did the Georgia Bureau of Investigation interview you
Correct.
more than once?
Correct.
Now, beyond interviewing you, they interviewed your sister, I believe, did they?
Correct.
Did they interview any of your friends, to your knowledge?
No, not in my knowledge.
Anyone that lives around you in Bainbridge?
I don't stay in Bainbridge, I stay in Cockle.
In Cockwood, I'm sorry. You work in Bainbridge.
Correct.
Anybody in Cockwood?
No,
To your knowledge, they do any background check at all other than just questioning you?
not in my knowledge.
Now, when you talked about the phone call with your sister, that was a nurse then saying whatever she said, and Trinity decided to go call her mother. At that time, Trinity was there just with you, correct?
Yes, and her the hall manager, them just sitting in the lobby.
Now, there were people there with you, though, wasn't it?
Yes, my sister and cousin and both of my cousins got there.
Right. You had, I believe, Cecil Grant, AJ Grant, your sister, and a friend all with you, right?
Yes.
So here you are with a child that something bad has happened to. You're talking to your nurse sister on the phone. You're surrounded by some friends and family. And she makes that statement, but Trinity is all by herself, correct?
Correct.
So it's sort of reasonable for her to want to call her mama and be around somebody as well, correct?
That's right. Yes.
That wasn't unusual, was it?
No. But the reaction was.
Now, you said you didn't hear the child, your child, crying in the night before, but you are aware that people in the dorm claim that the child was crying during the night, aren't you?
Yes.
And you were told by Trinity that the child fell off the bed, were you not?
No.
You're claiming you didn't know that?
No.
Now, your child at times, JD at times, would have a mark on one of his cheeks, would he not, from some type of rash that he had from time to time?
Eczema.
Asthma. And that was something that would come and be red looking or something of that nature?
Yes, like light red.
Sometime it almost like a bruise, correct?
No, never looked like a bruise.
It'd be a noticeable mark on the face though, correct?
Yes. It usually comes and goes away the same day.
Right.
Within hours.
You'd have that from time to time, correct?
Time to time.
Now, on the night before the hospital of Sunday, you'll acknowledge that Trinity is the one that bathed your child that night.
Correct.
And Trinity is the one that put the clothes on the child to go to bed, correct?
Correct.
And Trinity even did the child's hair that night, correct?
Yes. After my sister did it the same day, she was just fixing it.
But it wasn't unusual for Trinity to do those type things, was it?
Correct.
And I hear you correctly that when you got the call from Trinity about that you said you couldn't understand, there were two calls in a row, that you fast walked back into the hallway, into the dorm.
Correct.
I assume when you say fast walking, you mean almost like you see somebody that's exercising really going fast.
Speed walking.
Now, the night before this occurred and in the morning, isn't it true that Trinity had been telling you that she just really wasn't ready to deal with this whole situation with the child and you, and she wanted you just to go back and it was time to break up?
No.
You weren't upset about that morning?
No.
You weren't hungover that morning?
No.
Those things weren't playing into your mind and things that were going on at the time of that morning? How far is it to the pizza place from your dorm?
I don't got no dorm.
Well, her dorm.
What, 10 minutes? Maybe?
It's here in Americus.
Correct.
That's all I have, yeah.
Mr. Lamb, do you have any cross-examination or further direct?
I do. Mr. Williams, they got stickers on. Mr. Williams, I met with you the other day to ask you some questions and talk to you about testimony and coming to court and all that. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
When we were talking, I asked you if you recall. Do you recall me asking you what were you talking about when you told the GBI interviewer when you told her that you were aware that there was a mark on the cheek?
Yes, he has eczema.
Yeah, that you were aware that there was a mark on the cheek, but it wasn't a bruise.
No, correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, when I met with you, do you recall me showing you a photograph from it was actually taken at the autopsy? And I what did it was a mark that was on his right cheek. What did that? Do you recall what I asked you about that mark?
It was bruised.
Okay. Do you recall me asking you if it had been there before?
Yes, yeah, I remember you in that.
Was that the mark you were referring to when
No,
you
sir.
told him you knew he had a mark on his face?
No, sir.
Had you seen that mark on his face before?
No.
When the eczema appears, I'm going to show you 22 and 23. You remember you sent me some videos,
Correct.
right? And I'm going to represent you too. These are just screenshots of the videos. Okay. Do you
Correct.
recognize the photographs 22 and 23?
Yes.
And do you recognize those being from videos that you had taken on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. So on stage 22, is there a portion of his face that shows one version of the eczema, what it sometimes looks like?
Yes.
And where is that on here?
Right there.
Okay, you're pointing to his left cheek?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would tender stage 22 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so what you're pointing to on his left cheek is sort of a white patchy looking area on his
Yes. It's
cheek,
dry
is that
skin.
right?
Yes, dry skin.
Okay, dry skin, all right. And then the other sort of manifestation of eczema when it appeared on his face was what?
Eczema.
No, but what did it look like when if it wasn't the white patchy?
It's like a little light bright red.
Okay, all right. And is that what's shown in State's Exhibit 23?
Yes.
Tender State's Exhibit 23 at this time.
You object. No objection, Your Honor. Without objection.
Okay. And we're not gonna put these up there, but if I just have a moment to point to the tree, can you come up here and if he steps there, points to it, okay. Like, will you point for the jury what you're talking about on this picture of him as a baby, where you were talking about the man, the eczema showing up, okay? And that's the dry skin, okay? All right, and then the other version of that sometimes showed up, you point to it over there, okay? Like the little red dots or whatever, up sort of rosy cheeks with the red dots. Yes. Okay. Was that something, you can go back up there, was that something that was ordinary for him? Did it ever develop into anything else? Did it ever develop beyond that in any way?
No.
When you left to go to Pizza Hut, I'm sorry, when you left to go to Walmart and Pizza Hut from the dorm, were there any marks on this child's face?
No.
Were there any bruises on his forehead?
No.
Were there any bruises on his cheeks?
No, sir.
Could he sit up
Yes.
and have some motor skills? I mean,
Yes.
was he able to hold and use his cup in a normal fashion?
Yes, he was drinking his cup and feeding himself.
When you got to the hospital, how long was it, if you remember, before Miss Poague got there?
5-10 minutes.
When she got there, did you have any opportunity to talk to her when she initially got there, when she first got there? Did you have an opportunity to talk to her before either of you talked to the police?
No.
Or to talk to the you said security guard who's an off-duty, before you
Correct.
talked to him, did you have an opportunity to talk to her at the hospital?
No.
When was when was the first time that you heard this version that he fell off a chair?
When she got there and told the officer that.
And that was Alan.
Correct.
Same officer you were talking to.
Correct.
Did you find yourself to be or consider yourself to be any more controlling or jealous in terms of this relationship with Trinity Poague than she was with you?
No.
I mean, the sort of wanting to stay in each other's social media and keep up with each other, was that kind of a two-way street?
Yes.
Oh yeah, so the rum. What kind of rum is it?
Bamboo.
Bamboo. Set a little for the copy. Same thing, right? I'm gonna show you what's been admitted into evidence is Defendant's Exhibit 3. You recognize that?
Yes.
Oh, it's Molly right there.
Yes.
It was taken in the door, right? In her room. So picture.
Yes.
And have you, looks like it's about 2/3 gone. Have you drank all that rum in the, from the time you left Albany until
No.
you went to bed that night?
No.
Do you recall when you might have bought it?
I bought that Wednesday before the hotel.
Okay, so you bought it when y'all were staying at the hotel, or when you were going to stay at the hotel.
Correct.
When y'all were gonna have like an anniversary celebratory kind of night.
Correct.
Make up.
Yes.
Be on good terms, kind of.
Correct.
Nothing further, no.
All right, any recross, Mr. Gibson?
Just a couple of questions. Mr. Williams, when you got to the hospital with the child, you would have come into the hospital at some place, come into the emergency room area or regular admissions?
I think emergency room. I'm not familiar with Americans.
You just went in there and then they took you on back to go other places.
But it said emergency room, so I'm positive.
And it was a few minutes, and you said 5 or 10 minutes before you actually saw Trinity Poague.
Correct.
But you don't know if she showed up at the hospital at the exact time. You
No,
just
I don't know
the
exact
first
time.
You saw her, right?
Correct.
And she could have been at the station trying to find out what's going on and directed where to go for a few minutes before you saw her, correct?
No, she knew I was going to the emergency room.
But she still would have had to find her way and had some guidance there, possibly.
She had a location.
Did she know the hospital? She go there regularly?
Yes. She was in the hospital maybe 2-3 weeks before that.
Emergency room?
She was in the hospital. So obviously you got to
She at
pass
the
emergency.
emergency room?
Huh?
She was at the emergency room?
I think at first.
You think she was first at the emergency room?
Well, no, I'm saying she was there weeks prior.
Okay.
So she was familiar with the vicinity.
Well, you will acknowledge that when you go to a hospital and you're coming with an emergency, anytime you have to get guidance from the hospital staff to know where you need to be going, where the room is, what place the person's at, that type of thing, correct?
I was outside when she got there.
All
right. You have another question, Mr. Lamb? Any redirect?
No, I do not. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, you may be.
That means you can stay or go.
Yeah, I still stand by what I said before. I understand I may have been overruled on that, but I do object to that.
All right.
So you objecting to the
To him being in the courtroom, we had that discussion earlier. Yes. Is what he was talking about, I think.
Okay.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I know from asking the attorneys before you came back in that we have 2 more witnesses that are short. We could take 1 or 2 if you want to. It is 5. If you're ready to go, we can go. But can I get kind of a sense of not trying to hear from another witness before you leave? Nod your heads if you would. Okay. Well, one says no. Okay. I told you I wasn't going to make anyone stay late. In other words, I want to be at your pleasure when it gets to decisions like this. So unless we're in a situation where we need to have them, but I think the witnesses are local. So we'll adjourn for the night. What I want to do, though, is remind you about what we discussed. And like I said, one thing I have in mind in particular is that you got to be very diligent about not going on social media or on the TV. I think they leave the tags here, or do they bring them back in the morning? Yeah, leave them in the jury room. You can put them on when you get back to the jury room in the morning. But don't discuss the case. Don't look on the TV, and don't try to find out anything about the case or see if there's any coverage or look at court TV or anything of that nature. Okay? And return promptly at 9 o'clock. And Lord willing, we'll start out at 9 o'clock. Okay? Thank you very much. Yeah, take your notes with you and leave them in the jury room also. All right. I want to clarify one thing before we leave about my ruling with, if y'all can sit down for just a second, about the presence of Mr. Williams in the courtroom. The statute doesn't really say what a parent is, but I think there's a couple of reasons I think he can stay. One of which is I think he probably is a parent, even though he's, hasn't had the legitimation in the context of the rule of sequestration. But also, there's the latter part of that is substantial harm. And I think now that he has testified and been thoroughly cross-examined, I don't see the harm of him staying in the courtroom at this point as a representative of the victim.
One thing just for clarity, I realized this after we had that whole discussion and it put it that there's another provision in the statute that actually defines parent for the purpose of the statute as being a natural parent, guardian, or custodian.
Okay, well, that's even better. I mean, I frankly hadn't had time to research it.
Yes, sir.
But so that's I just wanted to clarify what was going through my mind when I ruled that he could stay in the courtroom. And I believe he's not been released from Mr. Gamble's subpoena, so I suppose either one of you could still recall him as a witness if you felt it was necessary.
But he may be present in the courtroom.
He may be present from this point forward. Is there any other issues we need to address before we leave? No.
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, I'll be here a few minutes early in the morning. All right. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Subscribe to @Southernson and hit the bell for when we go live. True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to @Southernson today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.